Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
As the agent for Peyton Ansley, John Milton, you are indicating to me that you're quite familiar with Peyton Ansley, John Milton, and that's basically you. Is that correct?
I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley, John Milton, as written in all capital letters.
All right, and you understand for my purposes, though that language doesn't make any sense. So
No, I do not.
I understand? Okay, well, I'm telling you that. And so I am, until you disabuse me of the motion, or the notion, I am inclined to believe you are both the agent and the person, so. And it's in
I'm
all
not a
caps.
person, I am one of the people, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Gets me every time. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon as we kick off what might be a spicy day in court. Part two. First part was a little bit slow, a little slower. Some subtle jabs. I think it's going to get better today. You'll never guess who won the internet today. You'll never guess who was first in chat. It'll be on screen as well. It was Greeners. Greeners, congratulations, first in chat. You win again, Greeners. Tell us your ways. How do you do what you do, Greeners? I'm not just asking for a friend or for like 1,500 friends. I'm asking how you get in my chat before I create the live stream. It's more of a security question, I think, is I'm asking. I don't know how you do it. Your internet is like, either you can time jump or something. I don't know. It's crazy. All right. We are live. Court is not quite ready for us. Let's see. Let's go there. Actually, I need to get a different camera right there. Where's my mouse for camera 8? It's hiding. We need camera. Super Source 3 is going to be box 2 temporarily. Is that all right? And now I wish I had one more media player. There we go. All right, we're getting somewhere. And turn on DSK2. Is it DSK1? Nope, it's not DSK1, it's DSK2. I need a button for DSK2. Boink. There we go. We've got the anybody count. All right. Welcome. We are getting set for court. Any minute now it might happen. So I think it's actually supposed to start maybe in a couple minutes or as late as 2. So we'll see. We're a little late this morning getting started. AZ DCS Oversight Group. Thank you very much for gifting a membership, starting everything off. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Stay nice and cool down there in Arizona this time of year. How many more subscribers until we hit 60,000? Let me see if I can tell you. I think I can see that somewhere. You know what I need? Hang on. I just thought of something. I need this earpiece. No. This earpiece to be worn underneath this headphone. I think we're about 400 shy, 350 shy or so. 350 more subscribers until the next party. Oh, that is weird. So now, if we got audio, I got audio in my right ear from the court feed directly. And if I can sync everything up with the court feed, which I think I can, then when there's a sidebar and you can't hear what's going on, I can tell you. Just like in the old days with the Maya trial. Only I don't have to hold my phone to my ear in that awkward position. Let's see. Where's my mouse? There it is. This is so weird. I can only hear myself in my left ear, and it sounds really quiet. Mama of 3, how many more subscriptions? It's about 400 roughly, 350, 400 roughly is where we are. How much room did your setup take in your vehicle while traveling? 0, because I put all of it on a car luggage carrier trailer hitch, and it took all the room there. So I have my travel audio kit for my Rodecaster Pro, this guy right here. That's a big box, and it's got these microphones and the holders and then that board and some cords, and then everything else went in one big rolling locking bin, and it fit perfectly. It takes up the whole space, and it's like 2.5 feet tall, so it all fit in almost one bin. Just happens what happens to the gift that there's no one left to allocate the membership to. YouTube returns it. They return to sender. That's what happens. So if we were all members here, somebody could make a very generous donation of, say, I don't know, 5,000 membership gifts. And if YouTube can't give the memberships out in the next 10 minutes, it refunds the money. Had a great lunch. Had a salad, by the way, for those that are curious or not. But I'll tell you anyway. I had a great salad. My wife cooked some chicken in the pressure cooker, the Instant Pot. And then I took it and cooked it a second time, like did the final cook in the air fryer with the seasonings, and it turned out really good. So I put that on top of the salad. It was wonderful. Skylar says, just passed a massive 3.5-hour long exam, and now I'm a certified stormwater manager. Please come to my town. We dump all our stormwater in the sewer, and then we treat it, and it's terrible. It's ridiculously expensive. I've done the earbud under the headphone trick before. Let's see. We'll possibly do Ashley Benefield tonight. Possibly. Just listen to the Ashley Benefield motions about your juror misconduct and the judge bias. Very interesting. Sounds like valid. Ooh, sounds valid. She might be onto something. Okay, we're getting bars and tone through my right ear and on this screen. So maybe court's about to come back. I love RA's running golf commentary style. I just got the one style. It's all I got. I can't really. I mean, I can fake the monster truck thing, but not for very long. Okay, we have our 3 feeds set up. I'll have to sync them up. We have to every single time. They're always off by 20 or 30 seconds, and matching them to the exact same frame is tricky, but we'll make it happen. We've done it before. Okay, got our counter. Let's see if we turn on camera 2 with this right here. Bing. Okay, that's our inset. If we want to bring on the defendant while we're watching the witness so we can see reaction. Okay, we've got the reaction camera ready to go. I think we're all ready. How was your lunch? How was the second time around? How was your second lunch? Hopefully everybody had a good one. I saw something in the news about Matthew Perry passed away, drug overdose, and apparently he was at a party, and now people are charged with his death. And I'm assuming these were his friends, right? I mean, maybe it's too soon to make a joke about this. I probably shouldn't. Wasn't he on Friends? And now, like 5 people that are charged with this death. I'm just wondering if they're the same 5 people. I'm just curious. All right. No audio from court yet. Turn that one off. This one on. Camera 6. Camera 3. Camera 4. There we go. Camera 2. Yeah, we've got all sorts of cameras going. Camera 3. You shouldn't see camera 3. Okay, there's 3. Where's 8? This setup is not my usual setup. Okay, there's 8. We're good. It works for this case, but only I have to get in the mindset of how it's configured. And so it's a little bit tricky. It's not how I normally run things. If only I brought that one more computer. If only I had 4 computers instead of 3 here with me on vacation, then it would fix everything. All right. Let's see. Where are we at? We had one investigator. This investigator was interesting because this investigator was hired as an expert witness. Although he wasn't brought in as an expert, he was hired to testify. Is that what I heard when he first took the stand? He is an expert witness, and he was here testifying about stuff he did when he was not an expert witness, when he was an investigator. So he did the investigation, quit, became a private consultant, and then was brought in to consult on the work he did while he could have just been subpoenaed. I guess he could be subpoenaed either way, but let's see. Talking about Matthew Perry, he was using ketamine under doctor's orders for depression. Ooh, that's sad. Paid $55,000 in 2 months for the ketamine. Did I change my room? I changed my state. I'm 2,000 miles away from home right now. Storm was coming, so we left. And now we're over here. Once it dries out, we'll go back. He was alone in his hot tub. His assistant, some doctors, and a dealer. Wow, that is an interesting case. Obviously, the ketamine has a direct tie to the Maya trial and some of the allegations that the hospital raised there in that case. Interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, and we'll have to see who was actually charged, what their role was in there. There's another escaped convict in North Carolina. Got away from a hospital, I think. Was taken for treatment, and he's a bad dude from what it sounds like. Looking forward to RA's second sincere apology for the day now for Matthew Perry. No, I think I'm good on that one. I think I'm good. This is my problem. I got the news on TikTok, and that's never accurate. Lynette Burns, welcome to the gallery, brand new member. Thank you very much, Lynette. We probably should have told you before you joined, but now that you're here, you can never leave. It's a one-way door. You're here now, so I mean, it's not like we could do anything about it. It's probably glad we didn't tell you before. You might have changed your mind, but welcome. You're among friends. Welcome. It's like Hotel California here. Get your news from chat instead. If only there was somebody dependable, Greeners, who could be here every time I start the live stream, like first thing, and just set me straight. If you know anybody, let me know. Stop getting your news from TikTok. So many interesting cases. There's a ton. There's a lot of the cases that we followed before. I mean, going all the way back to Murdaugh. What was that? Almost a year and a half ago? Was that long ago? That one still, he's finally got to basically the Supreme Court of South Carolina is going to look at his case. There's a possibility they'll give him another trial, that this will start over. I don't think he'll be released at this point because of the type of sentence. Usually, if you're granted an appeal after being convicted on that, I think they hold you pending the results of the second case. So I don't think he'll get out pending that, but plus he's got the federal stuff he can confess to. I get my news from Twitter, so it's always accurate. People in chat were trying to tell me about Matthew Perry this morning. I just saw it on the interwebs, just barely. My apologies. I'm not sure if you can see this. See this window right here? See how blurry that is through the lines? That's how it looks in real life. This is like a VGA quality monitor. This one can do 4K, but this is VGA. So when I bring chat down here, then I can read it. But when it's up there, which is where I normally keep it, because I like to have program down here. So this is what you guys are seeing. I can see this, but I can barely read chat. I'm going to use that excuse. Actually, I need to fix the mic over here. Headphones. I think we're good. Say no to TikTok. Who said that? Is that Selena? Say no to TikTok. You didn't switch your camera angle. Where are we? So if I go to 4 right here and then show you this with this. Okay. So this is where chat normally is. See up there? And it looks just as blurry, that little white line. That's exactly how it looks to me. It says weather watch. You didn't switch your camera angle, so we didn't see anything. It looks just that blurry. Down here, for me, it looks a lot clearer. Now it doesn't look clear for me on this screen, even though I'm looking down here on that screen. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't make sense because I'm looking at this on that screen up there. I'm sorry, it's like Inception. No matter what I have up here, it's blurry, and down here I can read it, but I don't have chat on this screen. One day I'm going to show you my actual view. I'll send you this view that I have right here as the live output. Not today though. Weather Watch, thanks for the reminder. Tonight, podcast with Weather Watch. We're going to do the Not Relevant podcast. I forget what time it starts, so I'm basically just going to sit here until Weather Watch calls and says, are we good? And then we're going to go live whenever that is. It's probably going to be right when we finish court from Robert Tellis tonight, if they go late. Otherwise, we'll have just a short break. Viewers are discussing Matthew Perry's death, addiction, and the ethics of getting news from social media and the internet. Let's see. Mike W says, I've always wanted to know what ISO stop means on your big screen. ISO stop right here. This is the type of recording. See right now. See output. I can just make it say stop, or I can make it say ISO stop. ISO means that I'm isolating or I'm recording every single one of these 8 channels independently. So if I hit this button right here, that goes red. Now it's ISO recording. And so it's recording every single one of those. Oops, sorry. Don't know what I did there. Cut back. Let's go back to 4. I'm recording every single one of those channels, and then I can stop it. That records to this little jump drive right here. It's a little 1 terabyte Samsung T5, I think it is, for those who are curious. And that just tells me how much space that's left. I only have enough room for about 26 more minutes of recording all 8 channels at once in 1080p. This also records, but to the cloud dock. So that just tells me if I'm recording, and above it says on air. If I turned off, then obviously I'm off there and you wouldn't see me at all. Tom Taz, you made it to the right stream. We're just getting set for court. We have just the seal available right now. Nothing else. I'll adjust the audio as needed. I think it's going to be quiet here. Turn it up a tiny bit. And then I also, on my desk here, I have a direct connection to, and I've thought this through. Ready? I normally would say I'm going to follow every rule from court to the letter. But here's what we have. On this screen right here, I am watching the court feed that the court is putting out directly to YouTube. This is not Pool Media. This is the court feed, and they're publishing this to YouTube. And if they send it out publicly, I can comment on it using fair use. That's fair. And even if they say, don't use this, and then they send it out, that's on them, not me. So I'm debating. I might bring you some of that if we need to. All right. Oh, I might need some Mountain Dew. I still haven't drunk the Mountain Dew, this spare Mountain Dew I've got reserved. Has anyone else received their invitation for little RA's wedding next month yet? Mine must have gotten lost in the mail. Debbie, I think they all did. We're doing just a small family wedding with about 200 guests. That's family. That's a small family. Did we find out about juror thing last night? No, I have not heard what the juror thing was last night and why they had one person stay. Nevada State Seal depicts a miner. Quartz mill, mountains, a train, agriculture, and the sunlit sky symbolizing the state's mining industry, natural resources, and development. And then it says, all for our country. Donnie, I don't know where you sent the collection. I don't know what that is. I might have got it and I don't know I've received it. The wedding isn't being live streamed. No, I used to do weddings. I don't do those anymore. I used to be a wedding videographer. Has the channel ever discussed doing like a channel reunion thing, like everybody goes to a park to chill, like a meet and greet? Yes. I've thought about doing the crime conventions, crime cons. I've thought about doing that. The problem is they're very, very expensive to get into, like very, very expensive. Tickets are not cheap, plus you know, hotels and everything else. I know, possibly Adam's like, hey, I got a spot. You can come up, check out the cactuses. Possibly when we start going to court more often, I might try to schedule a meet and greet at different places. Like in my home state, North Carolina, we might be able to do a beach trip or something and just meet people there. But I don't know, maybe we'll do some metal detecting. But we could meet at a Walmart. I'll go down the murder aisle. October, where are you from? Would I have to have a passport? Depends. If you're from Canada or Mexico, probably not. Or the United States, no. Florida is hot. I'm not sure if we want to meet in Florida unless it's wintertime. What happened to the Susan trial? They broke early. The defense has rested. So we've had expert witnesses almost exclusively from the defense, and then they rested after, I think, 4 witnesses. So we're waiting until tomorrow. It's actually going to be tricky because tomorrow we have to decide which court we're going to follow. Do we start with Sarah and have the jury instructions and then verdict watch, or do we follow Robert Tellis and have day 3 of court? Not moderating a meet and greet. How do you moderate an in-person meet and greet other than, call the police and have people trespassed? I don't know how you would moderate that. Ivan says, I'm not allowed. Can't be in Canada, or Ivan can't make the trip, even though he's right by the border. See, he can see Canada, he just can't visit. Canadians need a passport to go to the U.S.? I thought we had under NAFTA or something, you're allowed to cross the border back and forth without a passport. All right, we're getting set for court to begin, so give me just 1 minute. Oh, super chat from Lynette Burns. I'm catching up. This donation is 100% thanks for your reaction to Seth Kenny's checks being read aloud. Thank you. Thanks for the catch up. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat. That's funny. All right, give me a second to get our feed set up the way I would like it. We're going to do box 3 as camera 6. You'll see a slight jump. That's it. Okay, that allows me to do a little better audio. Donna Barry, I get so frustrated when I get ignored. Me too. Please know that I'm not trying to ignore anyone. I'm just trying to squint at some very small text, and most of it I cannot read. If you flag me in it, there's a better chance that I might see it. And by flag me, I mean, see way back here, Donnie said, at Recovery Addict. You don't have to put it in orange. It will do that automatically. But if you just type at Recovery Addict, this part in your message, as long as it's pertinent, don't have me going looking at a million different things. And if every message has it, then it doesn't work anymore. But RA doesn't work. You have to do Recovery Addict right there. Someone send Recovery Addict to magnifying glass or a new TV with a 4K monitor. I think this is about a 50-inch, well, maybe about a 42-inch TV, but it's terrible. Its brand is TCL. Do not recommend. 3 out of 10. Tom Taz, neither am I. Does Canada have a statute of limitations for traffic violations? Had a little oopsie in 1979. You might be on the blacklist at the border. That's the only way you'll find out. But what I suggest is send a friend that says they're you and see what happens to the friend. Yeah, probably not a good friend, but have them say they're you and see if they get in. If they have any trouble, then I wouldn't risk it. But if they get in, then when the friend comes back, you can go. Are you doing a meet and greet whilst in Layton? I've run into Alita Lay, and I met with Danny from Danny on Direct. I think there are a couple other people that I'd like to meet with, but I haven't really scheduled the time. I know Braxton Heaps, probably going to bump into him at some point while we're here. And there's a couple other people. Let's see, West Jordan. I'm trying to remember. I have to look at the schedule. We put them on the schedule, but I don't know when. We aren't doing like a real meet and greet. Alley Cat says, I love my TCL TVs. You can have this one, Alley Cat. I mean, it's not mine. It's a Airbnb's, but... You can use what I use. It'll just have me talking on it. There are other ones out there that might be a little better for you if you don't want that. And if you do use it, shoot me a link to your channel on the burner phone so I can check out what you do. We do allow people that use it respectfully. Obviously, if they're going to just like mock us and be rude to chat or something like that, that we wouldn't allow. But generally, it's not a problem. Michael, I live far away as well. I know how that feels. Long drive, 4 days of driving. Court is late again. This is becoming habitual for them. Not sure why. We only had one witness this morning, and it was a follow-up. It was continuation from testimony from yesterday for this witness. And Jen, mock me. Only one witness, and then the court went to lunch. They were here for about an hour, maybe. I'm very tempted to go to Sarah Boone. That's going to be... What's the date? Is she in October? Do we have a new Sarah Boone letter? Another one? Kiki D, you do have friends. You lost 43 pounds. That's amazing. You're like double what I've lost. You've lost double what I've lost. Are the seats working? Okay, they are. Why do you think Recovery Addict needs a 50-inch touchscreen monitor to illustrate things to chat like he's on the network news? Hey, Mike, you laugh. I am looking at getting an illustrator, which will allow me to draw on the screen. Like when you're watching American football or some sporting event and they go back on the replay and the guy with the pen starts marking up the screen. It's like, here's a quarterback and he's going to go back here and see this guy. He's open down here and he just needs to run this direction. I want that. But it's a little more complicated than you think, because you actually have to have a screen that shows your output, but is also read as an input. So they're a little bit tricky. The big ones are expensive, but I found a guy. Oh man, he's a short guy, bald. He's just got a little hair around the edges. Doug, I think his name is, DLP Production or something like that. He's got a YouTube channel, and he has all the toys. I think he's actually based in Utah. I might see if I can visit him while he's here. But he has a fix. He's got like a workaround on how to do it, but it requires a PC, which I don't have. I have only Macs. So I'm thinking if I can get it to work on the Mac, it would be better. But then I'd be able to draw on the screen, which would just be fun. Can we get Tony? We need a color commentator. If we have the illustrator, we definitely need a color commentator on the show. Selena K, I hear you. just know, Selena, first of all, I'm sorry we didn't get to meet, that you weren't able to meet us up at Corey Richens' hearing the other day. But we are pulling for you. Just know that we're all here in your corner. Check in with us if you can, when you can. We'd love to give you all the support we possibly can. Obviously, we're hoping for the best for the surgery as well, but we know that's a difficult time, and the medication is doing an important job. But hopefully, we can support you through that. Bad Neighbor closings tomorrow. Yes, Virginia Little. Check burner from me regarding Sarah. My wife has the burner phone right now, talking to my sister-in-law about plans for the graveside service. We did not do Ashley Benefield drama yet. We've got a brief update, just a teaser, but we have not read it yet. I've got to have chat down here. I'm getting a kink in my neck looking up there. All right. Please not Chris Collinsworth. Wrong answers only. Who should the color commentator be on the channel? If we were running court like a sports commentary, who would that be? True crime version of John Madden. Oh, I need a few more video games named after me. And don't say it. I know what you're thinking. Grand Theft Auto. I heard it. And I'm going to add them. Marge Simpson would be good. Howard Cosell. Ivan. Riley. Lally. Lally is my sidekick. What if any benefit would that be? Don Cherry, Oscar the Grouch, Greeners. Brett Favre, Ivan Erthal, Snoop Dogg. That would be. He did a pretty good job on with Martha Stewart, right? Little Ozzy. Morgan Freeman. I can't even imitate his voice. It's fantastic. Sarah Boone, live from the jail. Mrs. R.A., there's a good one. Daryl Brooks, nope. Harpootlian. Are you taking the kids back through Yellowstone National Park? We are not. I think my wife planned the route already, headed back, and I think we're taking one extra day. The thing is, we planned the trip back. We bought the hotel for the first day of the trip back when we thought we were flying. So we bought a hotel in Salt Lake the first night on the way back, and now it's like, well, that's 20 minutes away. Our first hotel is 20 minutes away, and it's non-refundable. So we're going to go to the hotel 20 minutes from here and get us, a 20-minute head start on the trip. Peter Tragos, that would be epic. I'd love to meet him. That's one of the reasons I'd like to go to Sarah Boone. Emily D. Baker, she's fantastic. She's an amazing person. Cookie Monster, Alan Jackson, shame on you, sir. Ian Runkle, there's another good one. We're gonna meet. I'm gonna meet Ian eventually. He actually reached out and said, "Hey, how can we ever be in the same area together? We've got to say hi." So we'll try to figure out how to make that happen. Matthew McConnelly, Nancy Grace. Oh, I'm not sure if I could do Nancy. D-O-double-G. Sharon Osbourne. Why don't we get Ozzy and Sharon? Have like the couple. You bought the hotel. No. Well, we bought one room for the night. Does that help? Judge Penny. Ivan, Emily, and Rob have like it'd be like a Saturday night football or Friday night football or something. What is it when they have the commentators? They've got like the four of them out there. You have Ian, Emily, and Rob on with us. That would be great. It would almost be like being a Friday Night Frenzy. And if I had just if I could just have the part of Ian Runkle's knowledge that he's forgotten about firearms, I would be happy. The guy's a genius. A lot of experience with firearms. So what I'm saying is he's forgotten more than I know. If you can come to Canada to meet your uncle, please do and meet and greet so I can meet you. Isn't he up on the West Coast? Isn't he on the West Side? I think that's why he streams so late. Judge Simpson. Camille Vasquez. Was it a small fortune for the month at the Airbnb? Donnie, I would say yes. Yes, we can afford it for a month. It's cheaper than a hotel. And because of all the things we're doing, both with work here and with visiting, with family, with friends, with the wedding, we could justify it. But normally this would not be in my budget. This is the most I've spent to live anywhere, I think, ever. It's more expensive than I've ever paid in a mortgage. I can tell you that. And the hot tub does not work. We've complained because they told us that the listing says like hot tub in the listing. It's like Airbnb with hot tub, and the hot tub right now has no water, and we're trying to get it waterized. Ian's in Edmonton. He's Mountain Time, not Pacific. Edmonton, Alberta. Okay. So maybe, I guess the closest I've been, maybe next year. Maybe here's what we do. If next year, when BK starts, what is that, mid-June? I don't know, March, June. I forget when they're going to start. I'll hope to be in the Boise area for that. And Boise, it's not far from, well, it's far from Canada, but it's not far compared to North Carolina from where Ian is. Kurt's in Texas. Guess what I hear? I hear jets. They're getting louder. Just get some refund on the hot tub. They're germ infested. This one's dry. There's no germs. There's no water. Okay. Josh, I'm in Layton. Layton, or Layton, as anyone who's not from here says. I don't know where you're at, Josh. Where's Court? I don't know. We don't have a feed either from the courtroom WebEx or from the pool. Airbnb has great customer service. If the host won't fix or refund a portion of your stay, support probably will. This is weird because we reached out to the host because they said, hey, hope you're enjoying the stay. Let us know if there are any problems. Please message us through Airbnb instead of, any other way, and let us try to fix anything before you complain. And so we're like, hey, we love it. It's great. How do we use the hot tub? Because there's no water. And they didn't reply for like 3 days. And so we replied again. It's like, I'm not sure if I got the message. We're just, we'd really like to use the hot tub. Can you please let us know? And like 2 days later, they're like, oh, we'll check with the management company. And that's the last we heard. So apparently they have a management company that does all the work here, and they just own it and are the face of the rental. Bench warrant for the court. Selena K, good luck. You'll be in our thoughts and prayers. Please know that we're here supporting you. We've got your back. And as always, you can reach out to me on the burner phone if ever I can be of assistance. Jets are from Hill Air Force Base, very close to me. I'm on the north end of Layton, I think. I'm close to Clearfield, which I think is where Hill Air Force Base is. I think it's in Clearfield. It's sort of its own place, but... You have a text trail so you can get a partial refund. I hadn't thought of it that way, but I just like to sometime while we're here use the hot tub. We've already gone to, I think, 2 or 3 public pools or splash pads when we're here, so that we're not concerned about that. We have kids, and germs just happen. Hill Air Force Base borders Riverdale. Okay. So it must be south of Hill Air Force Base. Megan, you're just north in Riverdale. That's awesome. Is the small airport, is that in Ogden? Do they have a small airport in Ogden? Every couple of years there's like a plane crash on the approach, and it crashes like right in the houses coming up to, because you've got I-15 that goes up from Salt Lake to Ogden all the way up through, up towards Tremont, and right as you're going through, I think it's Ogden, there's like a bluff up on the left, and there's a small plane airport, like for little Cessnas and things, and they periodically have crashes, and they'll crash into houses. It's like, this is a terrible location for an airport. It's like packed with residential on the approach. How do utility bills work with the Airbnb? Well, luckily, electricity is included, so all my stuff that's running all this power just comes out of the host pays for it. In my case, for our Airbnb, we pay for the water and electric and the garbage and the sewer. So those are the four services that the Airbnb gets, and we pay for it on our bill. And then we actually have tracking on the water, because we have a valve that tracks the flow that goes to the apartment, so we can split up the bill and know where the costs lay. We've got tracking on the electric, so we can see how much of the electric the apartment's using. Sewer is tied in with the water, and garbage we don't charge them any extra for, but it's all just included in the rental price. Golden Girl, we drove a Yukon XL. It's like a Denali, only it's 15 inches longer. Think Denali with a longer. Denali's the short version, and Suburban. What's the short Suburban? Is that like the Tahoe? You got the Chevy Tahoe and the Chevy Suburban. It's the same vehicle, just one's a little bit longer. The Denali and the Yukon XL are the same version, just made by, I think, GMC instead of by Chevy. They're basically the same vehicles. Check out Cherry Hills in Kaysville, really close. Love the mini golf there. Love the mini golf. That's where I've got my best golf scores, mini golf. Computers don't really have high electric usage. They don't. Some of my equipment runs hot. Like my switcher runs really hot. My switcher is very hot, and my network switch runs hot. Everything that does conversions, like even my Apple TV, generates a fair amount of heat. The Mac Studio is super cool. Laptops generate a little bit of heat, but... Here we go. We've got some sound. And they're only half an hour, 45 minutes late. Airbnb has great insurance for hosts. It's a long trip pulling a trailer. Do enjoy it, though. Lots of sights to see. Paging Judge Michelle Levitt. Please come to the courtroom. District 8, Michelle Levitt. Just come to courtroom 14D, please.
come to order. Remain seated.
All rise. Oh, sorry. Please come to order.
State stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
Please call Dr. Stephanie Ayden to the stand.
Heard Dr. Stephanie didn't catch the last name.
Please watch your step.
She's got a nice little bag she brought with her.
You'll remain standing. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
That's a
First
serious
name is
lanyard.
Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you very much. If you could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
How long have you been with
ME.
the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 2 years.
We're going to get some body count.
If you could, please,
additions.
and what is your title?
Medical examiner and forensic pathologist.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a medical doctor who specializes in determining the cause and manner of death.
If you could, please describe your educational background for the jury.
So I am a medical doctor. After graduating from medical school, I did 4 additional years in residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology and 1 additional year in subspecialized training in forensic pathology. And I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
After finishing your schooling, where did you go professionally from that point? Was it to the Clark County Coroner's Office or was it somewhere else?
Yes, after training, I went directly to the Clark County Coroner's Office.
All right. On average, how many autopsies do you perform a year?
Approximately 250.
Okay. If you could, describe what is the purpose of an autopsy?
The purpose is going to be to determine the cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
All right. Are there categories that help define potential manners of death?
Yes.
How many are there? At least within your office, how many are there?
So there are 5.
Okay, and please tell us each one.
So there's going to be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and in cases where we cannot tell, undetermined.
Okay. Did you perform the autopsy on an individual by the name of Jeffrey Michael Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, and that was performed on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If you could, explain a little bit about how Mr. Gehrman's body is transported to your office.
In cases like these where it is a suspicious or violent death, the body is transported in a sealed body bag, either from the scene or the hospital, wherever death is pronounced. It is then transported to our office, and that seal is not broken until the forensic processing takes place in the presence of law enforcement.
Who are the individuals that put that body in a sealed bag for transport to your office?
Those would be our coroner investigators.
Okay, so not someone affiliated with Metro, but actually employees from your office.
Correct.
When Mr. Gehrman's body arrived in your office, was it in that sealed bag?
Yes.
Did you notice any sort of tampering with the seal in any way?
No.
Okay. So after you, let's say, open a seal of someone you're about to perform an autopsy on, what's the next step?
So every step of this process is photo documented. Again, a photograph of the sealed body bag is taken, as well as a tote tag with identifying coroner case number. The body is then photographed as is, or as it comes out of the body bag, and then processing takes place in layers. So if a body is clothed, the clothes are taken off, and again, photographs are taken. If the body is dirty, it is then cleaned, and then again, photographs are taken.
Is there a process of taking fingernail or toenail clippings from a body?
In certain cases, yes.
In this case, was that performed?
I don't recall.
Okay. If that is actually performed, when does that typically happen in the process?
Again, during the processing portion of the autopsy.
And so that's the beginning part where you're photographing and things like that before you get to, for example, cutting and going into the body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So after you take photographs of the body with clothing on, and then remove the clothing, and then you get to cleaning the body, what is the next step for a medical examiner like yourself?
So the autopsy examination occurs in multiple steps. The first step is going to be an external examination. So I'm just looking at the body, documenting, identifying features such as hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, as well as any external trauma that I can see on the body.
Okay. So you kind of go from head to toe and you're marking things externally on the body. What would be the next phase of the autopsy?
The next step is going to be the internal examination. So this portion is somewhat likened to a surgical procedure where the body is opened, the internal organs are taken out, they are evaluated as well as weighed, again documenting any sequelae of natural disease one might have as well as any injuries.
Is there a phase that continues after an internal examination?
There are additional ancillary studies that we can perform that are included as part of the autopsy examination, things like toxicology testing, histologic or microscopic examination if necessary, or any type of other consultations that we see fit.
Okay. Were those things performed in this case?
In this case, toxicology testing was performed.
But not a histological one?
Correct.
And that's essentially when you're looking at tissue underneath. You take slides of tissue and look at it under a microscope. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were any radiographs or MRIs taken of the body?
Postmortem radiographs or x-rays were taken in our office of the body.
Okay. And so that was done in this case?
Correct.
All right. Now, at this time, I'd like to approach with what has been admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, states 188 through states 203.
That's correct.
May I approach the witness? All right. Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness states 188 through 203. Please take a moment, doctor, take a moment to flip through those and let me know if these look familiar to you.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
In general, these are going to be photographs from the forensic processing portion as well as autopsy examination for this particular case.
Thank you very much. At this time, permission to publish? Publishing
Content
states
warning, we might see some graphic images here.
Who are we looking at here?
So this is a facial identification photograph of the decedent, Mr. German.
Okay. I think it's pronounced Gehrman, but that's
apologize.
okay. It's okay. How old was Mr. Gehrman?
I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, referring to page 1, counsel. Just read silently.
Ooh, wow.
Here, these two lines here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
This is a rough picture.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So let me ask you again. How old was Mr. Gehrman at the time of his death?
69 years.
Okay. So this is kind of an external view of him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for the purposes of your external examination, you noted a series of injuries. We'll come back to this, but I want to first start with publishing 189. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the anterior or front portion of the body.
Okay. I want to talk first about his neck. Did you note externally an injury sustained to Mr. Gehrman's neck?
Yes.
What type of wound was it? Where was it on the neck?
There are actually 2 sharp force injuries of the neck, more specifically 2 incised wounds of the anterior and left lateral aspects of the neck.
Okay. Let's take the incised wound to the anterior of the neck. If you could, please explain to the jury, what does the word incised mean?
So an incised wound is a category of sharp force injury, which is an injury
I'm going to give you a
created
link
by something with
to
a
the
blade or cutting edge.
The court's WebEx.
An incised wound, by definition, is longer on the skin than it is deep within the body.
Ready?
And by contrast, we have stab wounds, which are going to be the opposite. They're going to be deeper into the body than their length on the skin.
So a stab wound essentially could be someone plunging some sharp object into a body versus slicing across.
It could be, yes.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 197. What are we looking at here?
So this is the incised wound to the anterior neck previously discussed.
Do you know what the term wound track means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
In my opinion, it is the path that the injury is involving, so specific tissues and or objects that are involved in said wound.
If you could, please explain to us, based on your examination of Mr. Derman, tell us about the wound track of this particular incised wound to the anterior of his neck.
So this wound involved obviously the skin and underlying or subcutaneous tissues. It also produced defects in the larynx, which is part of the respiratory tract, and the carotid artery, which is a main artery that supplies blood to the brain.
If you could, please explain to us what sort of damage receiving a wound like this to your larynx could do to a person.
It could make it difficult to breathe.
And tell me about the carotid artery. Why is that such a significant artery in the body?
It is the main blood supply to the brain.
And what happens if the brain, I know this may seem like a silly question, but please, doctor, tell us, what would happen to a person if their body could not get blood to their brain?
They suffer things like anoxia, which is lack of oxygen. The brain controls many, if not all, of the functions of our body.
Is this injury, based on your medical training and experience, potentially fatal?
Yes.
Do you believe, based on your examination, this was one of the fatal injuries?
Yes.
Publishing Exhibit 198. What part of the body are we looking at now, doctor?
This is the left lateral or left aspect of the neck.
Is there an injury that you denoted here that you memorialized in your report?
Yes, there is a small incised wound.
You know what? If you take your mouse, I believe it should, if you could take the mouse and maybe point to us, where is that second incised wound?
So it's going to be right here.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the witness has circled what appears to be a small incision almost in the center of the photo on the left side of his neck. If you could, what was the wound track result here?
It was relatively superficial, involving only the skin and some subcutaneous tissues.
And so superficial meaning it didn't go too deeply. Would that be correct?
Correct.
In layman's terms, sorry. Let's talk. Was there another wound on the left side of the neck? Republishing 198.
No.
Did you indicate at some point that there was a stab wound to the left posterior of the neck?
Yes.
Do you see that here in this photograph?
No.
It only occasionally shows it in the background.
But
on the
one
WebEx.
is noted, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me do this. The lighting's not great either, so let me at least approach and you look at it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but let me see. If you look at it up close here, can you see it at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes
all right. So
do a
let's
wide court feed that
republish
shows
it,
the monitor.
and then you can circle it for us. Publishing 198. Please show us where the wound is to the left posterior neck.
Is there any way to make it lighter?
You know, we can try.
Can you embiggen?
Oh, yeah. That seems a little bit too much, but let's. How about that? Seems pretty good. Is that good? Better, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And I can zoom in too. So why don't I zoom in a little bit more? All right. So can you please tell us where another injury was noted on the left posterior neck?
Yes, it's going to be right here.
All right. Let the record reflect that the witness has noted another, what appears to almost look like a perforating injury to the back part of his neck. And just in layman's terms, posterior means what?
The back.
Okay. Anterior means what?
The front.
And lateral means what?
On this side.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury, that third injury?
The injury of the left posterior neck was
Yes.
also involving the skin and subcutaneous tissues.
Okay. And did it also touch on some of the superficial muscles?
Yes.
What sort of injury or effect does that have on a person?
It could be variable.
It could be what?
Oh, variable?
Okay. Let's
One of the state attorneys just walked in. I don't know where he was at, but he just came in and sat down.
Was there another injury that you had denoted to the right posterior neck?
Yes.
Okay. What type of injury was that?
It was considered a stab wound.
Okay. What was the wound track
Did I say prosecution?
on
It was
that
defense.
injury?
Again, this wound involved the skin, subcutaneous muscles, and soft tissues.
Okay. I might circle back to that one. I want to talk about the torso for a moment. Was there an injury to the lateral side, the left lateral side of his torso?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the left lateral torso.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 190. Do you see? You could. Why don't you show us with your, and actually, you know what I can do too? I can have an enlargement here. I'm going to publish 195. Just a bit. Where on the left side of Mr. Gehrman is there another injury?
So there's a stab wound here, and there's actually also one here behind this arm.
Okay. Let me publish 196. Is this a better view?
Yes.
Of at least one of those injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, the stab wound to the left lateral torso, what was the wound track on that? What damage did this injury do?
Of which stab wound?
The one to the left lateral torso. The one closer to the rib cage.
Can you be more specific?
You denote in your report that there's a sharp injury number 5.
So there are 2 stab wounds of the lateral torso. One is more superior or higher up on the chest, while the other one is more midline chest.
Let's talk about the higher up one.
Okay. So the more superior stab wound of the left lateral torso involved, again, the skin and subcutaneous tissues, the thoracic cage or ribs, the left lung, as well as the heart and aorta, which is the main blood supply to the body.
What damage did this stab wound do to the upper lobe of the lung?
So it punctured the upper lobe of the left lung.
What sort of damage could that create in a person?
Could be variable.
Okay, we'll give you some examples, doctor.
Well, my specialty training is not clinical medicine, so my patient population is somewhat biased. However,
Love that
it
response
could
from an ME.
result in trouble breathing. It could result in blood within the chest cavity.
My patient
and it
population
could
is
result in
biased.
death.
Okay. You mentioned what damage to, was it, I don't know if you testified to this, but did this injury also touch the pericardium?
Yes.
What is the pericardium?
The pericardium is the sac that surrounds the heart.
What sort of damage could that cause to a person if their pericardium is pierced?
On its own, could be nothing.
Okay. Tell me about, was there any, did this wound penetrate the heart in any way?
Yes.
What did it hit?
I believe it hit one of the atria of the lung, atria of the heart.
Okay. Did you note that it had hit the right ventricle as well as the aorta?
I would have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Referring to page 3, counsel. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me about this injury. What parts of the heart this stab wound affect on the heart?
It resulted in injury to the right ventricle of the heart.
Okay. What is the role of the right ventricle?
It is one of the pumping chambers of the heart.
Okay. What can happen to a person if their right ventricle is damaged?
Their function to pump blood to the body may become impaired.
Can that injury be potentially fatal?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your examination here, was this one of the potential fatal injury, or was this one of the fatal injuries suffered by Mr. Dearman?
Yes.
Let's talk about the aorta. What is significant about the aorta? What role does it play?
It is one of the main vessels that leads from the heart to the rest of the body.
You'll notice nobody in the court is making faces except for the defendant.
If that valve or portion of the heart is damaged, how can that affect a person?
Blood could be impaired to the rest of the body.
In your opinion, based on your training and medical experience, was this another one of the fatal injuries to Mr. Dearman?
It could be, yes.
Let's talk about the lower injury to the left lateral torso. I'm republishing 195. If you could show us, I don't know if the lighting's great on that, but if you could show us, where is that injury?
I'm reposting the court's YouTube feed.
The lower left lateral injury.
But you might have to pause a little bit to get it synced up with this. If you want to watch both
let
at
the
the same
record
time.
reflect that the witness has circled an injury
That's
to
court's
the
YouTube.
left of the hand that's holding up a ruler in the photograph. Would that be accurate, doctor?
Yes.
If you could, please tell me about the wound track for this particular wound.
This wound involved the skin and subcutaneous tissues as well as the hemidiaphragm and the kidney.
Okay. And what sort of damage can that cause to the body?
The diaphragm is responsible for helping a person breathe, and the kidney is responsible for waste production.
Okay. What sort of effect can that have on the body if you sustain an injury such as that?
Which injury?
You can take them in order. I apologize. We can start with the hemidiaphragm if you wish.
Could lead to trouble breathing.
Okay. How about to the helium of the left kidney?
The hilum of the kidney compromises multiple different constituents of the kidney, including major vessels, as well as the renal pelvis, which then leads to the bladder. Injury to this area could result in hemorrhage or bleeding.
All right. Was there, and this was what type of wound? An incised wound, a stab wound?
This was a stab wound.
All right. Was there a third injury to the left lateral torso?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I refer to page 3 of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Page 3. Does this help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there a third injury that you had noted to the left side of Mr. Dearman's torso?
No.
Okay. Do you recall at least denoting that in your report?
The report denotes a left posterior torso wound, which is the back of the body.
Okay. But, Doc, let me just approach I just want to make sure I'm getting my numbers correct. You had indicated previously there was a left lateral injury that hit the hemidiaphragm and the hilum. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report, do you note that as 7 or 6?
Number 7 is denoted as left lateral torso, and then number 6 is left posterior torso. It appears from the report, and my apologies, the left posterior torso wound is the wound that perforates the diaphragm and hilum of the kidney.
Okay. So posterior means back?
Back.
Okay. So there's an injury. So just so we're clear, on his left back, there's an injury. It's a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the ones that perforated the hemidiaphragm and the hilum.
Correct.
Okay, so that's one. We haven't seen that in the picture. You denoted the second lateral one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the damage with respect to that left lateral torso, was that more superficial in nature?
Yes, it involved only the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay.
Semi is very, very particular in things, and she does not assume anything. And so if he doesn't get the question perfectly right, she won't answer the way he wants it.
Are there any injuries here that you noted?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the posterior neck.
Okay. Could you circle where those are?
Sure. We have one here and one here.
All right.
Defendant is doing his best to pull the how could anyone do this face.
What are we looking at here?
Again, this is the posterior or back portion of the body, and we have 2 stab wounds as well. Here and then here as well.
So that last one you just circled, is that the left posterior one that you were describing that hits the, I'm going to butcher that, I want to look at my notes, the hemidiaphragm as well as the hilum?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the one you were talking about previously.
Correct.
Okay. This superior one up here, what was the wound track on that?
Again, involves the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay, and then I'm just re-showing 193, these 2 up here, what sort of damage did that create?
Both are going to involve the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
All right.
Thanks, Josh.
Publishing 194.
Did a lot of work to make it sound good.
Is this the right side? Is this the right side of Mr. Gehrman's body?
Yes.
And what do we see on the right side that was of note for your investigation or your examination of Mr. Gehrman?
So here in the center of the photograph, there is a linear abrasion, which is like a scrape or scratch-like injury.
Okay. I want to now focus on Mr. Gehrman's
It does not.
hands.
It's more like a Zoom feed.
I want to focus on the right hand. What did you note with respect to his right hand and his right forearm?
There are multiple, approximately 3 incised wounds to the right hand and forearm.
Publishing 201. Could you circle where you see any potential, or where you see injuries on Mr. Gehrman's hand?
Yes. So there's one here. I believe there's one here as well. It's slightly overexposed.
Let's see if I can bring the darkness down. But you're noting here and here, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, there seems to be kind of near the right index finger a laceration, and she's also noting an injury to the inside of his right thumb near the base. Have you ever heard the term defensive type injuries or defensive wounds?
Yes.
In your line of work, what does that mean?
They're wounds that characteristically are seen when a victim is attempting to either defend themselves actively or passively.
Did you make a determination based on your training and experience that these wounds here were most likely representative of a defensive type injury?
Yes, they could be consistent with defensive type wounds.
Publishing 202, we're now looking at his right forearm. Is there an injury noted here?
Yes.
Could you circle it?
There's a small incised wound here in the middle of the photograph.
Okay. Publishing 203, is this a more close-up view of that same injury?
Yes.
In your opinion, was this also consistent with a defensive wound?
It could be.
Turning to his left hand and forearm, did you also note injuries on his left hand and his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing 199, Could you show us where any injuries are depicted in that photograph?
There is an incised wound here on the dorsal aspect of the thumb.
Okay, is that dorsal mean top?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing 200. What did you note here?
And then, again, there is an incised wound to the forearm.
Okay. Could you circle it for us?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your training experience, did you also make a determination that these injuries to the left forearm and to the left hand are also consistent with defensive type wounds?
Yes, they could be.
Lastly, did you make a series of notations about a variety of other bruises or contusions or potentially even smaller lacerations throughout Mr. Dearman's body?
Yes.
And then publishing 188, do we see some of those in this photograph?
Yes.
And generally, where are these injuries?
So scattered predominantly across the forehead are some minor abrasions, or again, these scrape or scratch-like injuries.
If you could, just take your mouse and just show us what you're speaking about.
Etc.
Okay. When you've concluded your examination, did you reach a determination as to what the cause and manner of death was with respect to Jeffrey Dearman?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
And in lay terms, what does homicide mean?
Homicide means death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I have no further questions to this witness.
Yes, thank you. All right, let's see what's up here. How's Cross going to go?
Doctor, how many stab wounds were on the body?
Sorry, I have to do some math in my head. I believe there
Do you have
are
a calculator?
6 stab wounds.
And how many slicing wounds, slashing wounds?
7 incised wounds.
Okay, so we have 6 and 7, 13.
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning it appeared to be a slashing wound to the front of the neck, correct?
Incised wound, yes.
And I'm referring specifically to State's Exhibit 189. I'm sorry. That would be the wound right here, correct?
Correct.
You would testify that that would have severed the carotid artery, correct?
It did sever the carotid artery, yes.
It did?
Yes.
And you would testify that that would be the primary source, the main source of blood to the brain?
Correct.
Safe to say that in so doing, having been severed, that would have admitted a substantial amount of blood?
It could have, yes.
Oh, I see where he's going
Through
here.
your examination of the body, were you able to determine whether this wound had occurred in a standing position, a laying position?
No.
But assuming that it would have been a decisive wound or a primary cause of death wound, it would be safe to assume that Mr. Gehrman was standing. Fair to say?
I would not assume that, no.
No. So it's your testimony then that he could have basically received a fatal cut and gotten back up or been down. You're unaware as to the order. Fair to say?
Correct.
I think they're saying the no blood.
Of the
I think you're right, Lily
13
Wayne.
wounds suffered,
Why
would
was
it
there
be
no
your
blood in the car?
characterization that this would be the most serious?
It is one of the more significant wounds, yes.
The other wound being to the left side of the body,
Yes.
near the heart,
Yes.
and that would have been the second most grievous, or the second most serious wound that Mr. Gehrman would have suffered, correct?
I would say that it is another significant wound, yes.
And is it also fair to say that given the location of the wound and the type of the wound, again, that would have emitted a great deal of blood?
Can you be more specific about where?
Would you expect that cut to bleed, that stab wound to bleed?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. Would you expect it not to bleed?
There are certain circumstances, yes, where a lot of blood might not be produced.
And what would those circumstances be?
So bleeding could be externally or internally. So I guess we'd have to delineate which one you're asking about.
You obviously performed the autopsy in this case. Did you see any signs of internal bleeding?
Yes.
And how significant was the internal bleeding?
There was a small amount of blood.
A small amount. So then it would be safe to assume that the bleeding was exterior. I mean, it would have left the body, correct?
It could have.
Okay. It would be, for a person to bleed a fair amount from this wound, would be consistent with the wound received. I mean, you have no reason to believe that it didn't bleed a fair amount.
Correct.
Same question concerning the wound to the neck. I mean, it's safe to assume that would have bled a lot because there were no signs of internal bleeding concerning that wound, correct?
There were signs of internal bleeding.
But a small amount versus a large amount.
At the time of the autopsy, correct.
Okay. So again, we'd have small internal bleeding, not major internal bleeding as to the two major wounds that occurred, correct?
At the time of the autopsy, yes.
Based upon your examination of the body, specifically the incised wounds, are you able to give an opinion as to the type of murder weapon or the weapon that caused these wounds?
No, other than sharp force injury, which would be due to a tool or implement with a sharp cutting edge, no.
Were any wounds particularly deep? What were the depth of them? And let's focus on the, outside of the defensive wounds, which obviously wouldn't give you an indication, but the two primary wounds.
The deepest wound, I believe, was measured at approximately 3 inches in depth.
3. And as far as the instrument, you can't give any opinion. Jagged edge, straight edge, anything of that nature.
Correct.
Safe to say that the instrument was not longer, assuming it was a knife blade, longer than 3 inches, based upon your examination of the body.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Absolutely. Safe to assume that based upon your examination of the body, and assuming this was a knife wound, safe to say that the blade of the knife would have not been longer than 3 inches.
It is not safe to assume that.
And please explain why.
So the depth of the wound does not directly correlate to the length of the blade. Someone can use full force, push a blade directly all the way to its hilt into a decedent, therefore creating a depth longer than the actual blade. Or the blade could not be pushed in fully, which would then create a wound that is not as long as the full length of the blade.
Great explanation. Both of those
and
things
in
are true.
this case, would there be any indication, assuming the knife had been pushed in, that it was not able to be pushed in completely? Anything would have blocked its path or the trajectory?
Could you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Nothing to show that, let's say, a person was attempting to stab into the body. Is there anything to show or that would have stopped, let's say, the intrusion of the blade?
I don't have any evidence of that on autopsy examination.
And again, you gave testimony that perhaps the blade could have been shorter, but then made a deeper intrusion?
It's possible.
In this case, there's nothing to indicate that, based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
So, based upon your review and your examination, 3-inch wound is the deepest, fair to say?
Correct.
Nothing to indicate that it could have, assuming it was a blade, could have been longer, correct?
It could have, yes.
But at the time of the autopsy, are you aware of any other examinations that may have occurred to the body prior to your examination?
Correct.
You're not aware of any, are you?
No.
So obviously then we're basically limited to your examination of the body and the conclusion reached by your examination of the body.
Yes.
And at the time of your examination of the body, there was little internal bleeding. Fair to say?
Yes.
So it's fair to assume that the bleeding, again, would not have been internal, it would have been external bleeding. I mean, the bleeding caused by these wounds inflicted.
It is one possibility, yes.
At what time did you conduct your examination of the body?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the date?
It would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined the body?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there is a member of law enforcement present as well.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Detective Hawkins.
Okay. Mr. Hamner had asked you concerning the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your review of the body.
Correct. The clipping of fingernails is not something that is within my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that task.
Okay.
And I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not remove any bagging from the hands?
Me personally, no.
That could be a problem. We heard testimony the body was.
I have no further questions.
The hands were bagged at the scene.
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination. That be correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions about the number of wounds and injuries. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to publish 189. Does he appear to be in a state of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. That was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that be affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay. And this was September. This is in early September. I think it was done on yours was done on the 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions on cross-examination about the fact that there were. I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that? I think you came up with 13.
Yes.
Okay. But to be clear, one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat. Correct?
An incised wound of the neck. Yes.
Okay. Which could be performed with a slashing motion potentially. Correct?
Potentially.
Okay. But let's be honest. That injury literally severs his carotid artery.
Yes.
Okay. There is literally a stab wound that pierces his heart.
Correct.
And then there's multiple stab wounds to his back. Correct?
Correct.
There's stab wounds to his side, on both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and stabs on the other. Correct?
There's an abrasion on the right side and 2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay. So there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple cuts, incisions throughout his body.
There are multiple incisions on the upper extremities, yes.
And then there was one other question about how he was asking you about, well, trying to estimate the length of a blade, right? And I think you had said that's not the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to determine the length of the blade because certain circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands have injuries on them, do they not?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what type of wounds are those characteristic of?
They could be consistent with defensive type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to protect himself from being injured.
That is one instance, yes.
And this individual is being stabbed multiple times.
Yes.
And he had injuries to his hands as he was being attacked.
There are injuries to his hands.
Okay, no further questions.
Any class?
Just briefly, in reference to the incisors, the stab wounds, length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade. Again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife. Fair to say?
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Obviously, if you had a body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw multiple bruising type injuries, that would indicate obviously there was a stopping point, correct?
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
Okay. The hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case, the deepest wound was a 3-inch stab wound, correct?
It was measured at approximately 3 inches, yes.
Could have been a little less.
Yes.
You gave an example wherein a shorter blade could have been used, and based upon your testimony, a shorter blade could have been used in this case.
Yes.
Again, the cut to the neck, we would expect that to bleed substantially.
It would be my expectation, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here, and you may call your next witness.
Jennifer Manning.
Jennifer Manning up next. My favorite line from any ME is when they say, my patient's observations are biased because all my patients have died from their wounds. I love that when I hear that from the ME. It's always fun. Like, could this have been fatal? I don't know. Every time I see a patient with it, he's been dead or she's been dead. She brought some evidence with her, ASMR. I think these are going to be
The testimony you're about to give this action shall be the
DNA,
truth, the
maybe?
whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Swabs?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please
Clothing.
state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Manning, Manning.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. How are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And we've had a couple crime scene analysts testify ahead of you, but can you give us your explanation of what a crime scene analyst does?
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives, and our primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene, which would entail detailed note-taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram, and at the end of everything, reports are completed and turned in.
Okay. And you're a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
Yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst at autopsy?
So autopsy is really an extension of the original crime scene. It'll give us an opportunity to search for and collect any additional evidence that might be present.
Okay. On September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the autopsy of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. Gehrman was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Yes.
Okay. When you're the person assigned to go to an autopsy, I assume you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we will log our visitation for that day, and for me it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated for LVMPD personnel that houses our PPE. So I would get gowned up in all the personal protective equipment prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay. And I assume at the coroner's office you can't just walk in and say, you know, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay. And you said PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is. But can you describe what you wear for an autopsy?
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body. Booties over my shoes, in addition to gloves.
Okay. And when you get all, as you said, gowned up, what's the next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I'll get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay. And what are those supplies, just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this size of bag. I will get little coin envelopes ready for fingernail clippings, swabs ready to do any sort of swabs.
And are there standard samples that Metro takes from an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes. We always, well, I shouldn't say always, but typically, given the case, there's handbags on there, so we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs. We'll collect fingernails. We also will take a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
Okay. And are you working with the coroner's office forensic techs in order to kind of get your evidence, and they're doing their job as well?
Yes.
And are you both separately taking photographs?
Yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay.
That random goes against the conspiracy factor.
The body first presents at autopsy. Do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities with Metro?
That is correct. So my first photography, my first photo of it would be to show the body bag and then to show that the seal is intact.
Okay. And then after, I assume the seal's broken, and that's when the processing starts?
Yes.
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
Yes.
And can you kind of describe how that, like if we were watching, what would that look like?
So after the seal is cut, the forensic technician will open up the body bag. We'll take a series of photos to show the condition of what we see.
The condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any defects or signs that the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're taking photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that it's kind of done in layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is, or however they appeared at the scene?
Yes.
What's after that?
So after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area of the hand that you swab?
So it's a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay. And this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes.
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
Yes.
And then I think you mentioned that fingernail clippings are collected as well?
Yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with them with a little coin envelope. And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay. And so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes.
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay, and that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry or wet, or what did it look like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically will take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an evidence envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope in terms of ensuring that it's not compromised?
I would put in a red evidence seal on the back of the package. I would sign it the date that I am sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does that go?
We have a log, so we will log it back at the CSI section, and then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
So once you drop that evidence down that chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay. And would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recalled an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
No.
And as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. His clothing that you talked about that was in the, I think you called drying closets?
Yes.
What happened with that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay, so that would have been on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, the autopsy was on the 4th, and so the swabs of the hands and the fingernail clippings would have been deposited into that evidence chute on the 4th?
That is correct.
And no contact with that after?
Correct.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? And I've shown these photographs just for the record to Mr. Droskovich. So, Ms. Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Proposed 162 to 176. Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Okay.
Looking through those, do those appear to be just a portion of the photos that you took at the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman and some of his clothing?
Yes.
State moves to admit 162 to 176.
No objection.
And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at State's proposed 177 through 187.
This whole investigation sounds like it was done very well. I mean, we have seen much, I wouldn't say sloppier, but much simpler investigations without the depth and detail and evidence preservation methods that this investigation used.
Those appear to be photographs that you took of the defendant on September 7th of 2022.
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. Ms. Manning, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as States 162. Looking at that photograph, can you describe to the members of the jury what we're looking at?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been obviously that hand, or well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken?
Yes.
Both hands? This is States 163, which is just sort of a closer version. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead States 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand?
Yes.
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in?
That is correct.
And that procedure was followed in the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead now States 166. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay. And the sheet is in the upper left kind of corner of the sheet of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet that was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay. And then that's the clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
The court asked the media not to show the autopsy pictures.
7. What are we looking at there?
That is the shorts that were removed from the decedent.
And it looks like there's some car keys there, or keys. Is that correct?
That is correct. There were keys in the right pocket.
Okay. And you photographed that as it presents to you when you're attending the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead States 169. What are we looking at there?
That is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
And
oh my goodness.
Now I'm showing you States 171.
That shirt was
still
entirely
appears
saturated.
to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
That's a blue
those
shirt.
Those are scaled arrows
like
that
blue
we
shirt.
will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And by defects, it's something in the fabric like a hole or something like that?
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now. This is probably a better one. States 173. Does that appear to be a closer view of one of those markers and a defect?
Yes.
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to where there's something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
That is correct.
You also
that was in the back.
Collected Mr. Gehrman's shoes?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now States 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
They are.
Okay. And States 176 appear to be the backs of his shoes?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, after
Very
we
little
talked
blood
about
on the shoes.
All of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
And I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Tellis?
Yes.
You took a series of photos of him at the direction of Detective Gaddis?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now States 177. Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Tellis on September 7th?
Yes.
And when you were
frowny in that
documenting
picture.
his physical condition, do you have him like turn to the right, so you can get different aspects of his body?
Yes, we will take full body shots, the front, both sides, and the back.
Okay. And
Body
this
shots.
is States
Bingo.
178, just another view, but more sideways.
That is correct.
He's flexing in that picture.
States 179, the back of him.
That is correct.
He's got the same look when he sees his own pictures.
And
It's like,
States 180. When you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing him to note any potential injuries that he had on his person?
Yes.
Do you recall if there were any injuries to him?
There were a couple of injuries. He had a Band-Aid on the left ring finger, an injury on the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger, and a bruise on the right shoulder.
I'm putting on the overhead now, States 182. You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger?
Yes.
Do you see that in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you move that mouse in front of you and just kind of direct the jurors? Did you ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes.
This is States 184, and that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed?
That is correct.
how'd you get your cut?
And this is States 186.
Looks sort of fresh.
A little closer view, is that fair?
Yes, with our scale in there.
Okay. Were you also on September the 7th, did you also collect a buccal swab from Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And I'm not sure if we covered this, but what does a buccal swab look like?
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab. And then there's a little box that you would put the cotton swabs into. And after you do that, then you would seal up the kit.
So once you got his buccal swab on September the 7th, did you have specific instructions on what to do with it?
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any like sense of urgency or to do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway, or you tell me.
Yes, I was advised to head back to the CSI section.
Okay, as soon as you got the buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
Yes.
And that was, none of the evidence or his buccal swab wasn't compromised from the Summerlin Area Command to where you ultimately impounded it?
No.
Kim, thank you so much for super generous super chat, and definitely we'll get some ice cream for the kids.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Manning, you were asked to bring that bag with you to court today, correct?
Correct.
And if you could inform us what's contained within that bag.
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that from the evidence vault today?
Yes.
I would ask her to launch that with the court. Defense Exhibit A would be great.
These are, they brought Mr. Tellis's pants.
Do you want to have her open it now? Or?
Oftentimes the defense
We
attorneys.
intend addressing that later. I mean, by stipulation, we could, or state's pleasure. Absolutely.
They brought the pants. They're going to show the pants at some time. Defense oftentimes will hold up evidence without using gloves. They're like, hey, there's nothing wrong with this. Look, it's clean. She's got her own gloves. Size perfect. I've got orange ones. I like the orange.
Do you have a bag as well to bag it? Miss May, do you have a bag as well to bag it?
I do not.
The clerk has to take all this stuff after they open it up. And the clerk's like, you got something to put it in once you take it out, right? Because if you hold up the shirt, I just don't want that on my desk. She's double gloving. That sound makes some of us cringe. Look at those scissors. It's like 12-inch. It's like Edward Scissors hands. Piece just went flying. Cut along the seam like a pro. This is music to my ears. Can we have her open everything for this trial?
Brown bag will be marked as A1. That's within the bag.
Stapled. Staples are shooting across the room.
Please, yes.
The jeans one, the bag will be A2.
Everything but try them on, ma'am. Just hold them up for us.
Thank you. We could have the lodge up with the court.
No objection.
Are those Guess jeans? Or was he wearing a pair of Miss Me's? What brand was
We
that?
would move to admit by stipulate, yes.
Mr. Draft, did you need these anymore?
Today we don't.
Okay.
No, thank you very much. Now, you photographed these pants, correct?
Yes, I did.
You were aware that those pants were taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And they were taken pursuant to a warrant? to
that
you.
is correct.
Did you process those pants?
No, I did not.
I see. He says, I see. Ah.
Turning your attention to the photographs shown of you of Mr. Tellis. We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, correct?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face?
Not in this photo, just
Okay.
the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Same question, State's Exhibit 178.
These are just the clothes he was arrested in, or he was photographed in.
injuries.
It doesn't mean he wore.
State's
They're
Exhibit
saying he wore those to the crime scene.
179.
The same.
State's Exhibit 180. Same question. No injuries, neck, arms, anything like that.
Correct.
What do you call his footwear? We would call those thongs growing up, but
State's
now that
Exhibit
means something else.
181.
Flip flops.
The same.
Now, in this photograph, his shirt's off, correct?
That is correct.
And you took photographs of his shirt off as well, did you not?
I did.
But you've not been asked any testimony concerning those photographs today, have you?
No, I have not.
Do you recall what photographs, how many photographs you took of his bare torso, front and back?
About 150.
The rest of his body?
I do not.
You took several.
I did
Fair to
take
say?
several, yes.
If we could approach the bench, please.
Now, if I get, we don't get the audio. They killed the audio on the WebEx. So I don't need this earpiece in, is what I'm hearing. So tell us, pours himself a drink. Can't imagine for the life of him why he's here in this situation. Glances at the jury, looks away. Jury is off to his far right.
Yeah,
still thinking about his pants.
Fair to say there are photographs taken of his body, correct?
That is correct.
That you then made available to the primary detective in this case?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to those later on then. But you'd agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
Just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay. And again, we will have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
That is correct.
No. So I'm clear you were present for the processing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Yes.
And yet you were also present during the gathering of evidence for Mr. Tillis.
Yes.
There's a number of people that are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct, concerning the investigation of this matter?
Yes, that is correct.
Yet you, being a crime scene investigator, were present in reference to both gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. Tillis?
I do not recall.
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman, approximately what time did that occur?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata on the photograph.
You were not present at Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was, fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Correct.
Stephanie Smithson was there, my supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
And that was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. Tillis, correct?
Yes.
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
They're trying to introduce doubt into the process, into the collection, but
Ms. Manning, if you can wait on break so we can sign over chain of custody.
Okay. We'll just take a break now. At this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you. All right. Correct.
15-minute break. That's a full sleeve. See that behind Mr. Tillis? I thought that was a long sleeve shirt, but it's a full tattoo sleeve on those arms. It sort of blends in with the shirt.
Haley just had to have.
Haley just had to have a break, apparently. Haley just had, she had to go. She had to go. All right. Thoughts. The little gotcha moments we're hearing from the defense attorney on cross-examination. She's like, but you don't know what time you took those pictures, do you? It's like, really? That's the best you can do? And she comes back, she's like, you'd have to check the metadata on the images. It'll be down there to the second, satellite accurate, timestamps will be, it's like, but you weren't there at the crime scene, were you? She's like, no. And you don't know who was there. Yeah, I do. It was my supervisor. It was these great people. They're trying to introduce doubt to say, like, nobody knows what happened when the body was first, between when it was found and when it got to you. Like, yeah, we do. They took pictures of it as they found it. They bagged the hands and they sent it to me. And I opened the seals and we took they have to have some doubt in there, because we're going to hear later on, and we know this because the prosecutors have told us this in the opening. We're going to hear that when they tested those fingernail clippings from Mr. Gehrman, they found DNA, basically blood, from the defendant, Mr. Tellis. And for them to say, this is a conspiracy, I've been framed, there has to be somebody. First of all, where did they get the blood? Right? They've got to come up with some sort of explanation for how that happened. How did they get his DNA planted? Or are you going to blame the lab and say they fabricated the evidence and they said there was something that wasn't there? The looks we're getting from Mr. Tellis as he looks at these pictures, the looks of consternation, disgust, disbelief, bemused. I tell you, I think this guy has a poker face and a half, and he's trying intentionally not to use it. He's trying to show some sort of feeling when he looks at these pictures. I'm not buying it. Every other person in the courtroom has a natural reaction to a picture. If a picture gets posted on the screen, it's like, hey, here's the picture of a body that's been decomposing in Nevada sun for 24 hours. Well, it's been outside for 24 hours in the sun. Other people might go, and he goes, right? I'm not buying it. All right. The ME was likable. I like this last lady. Oh, I love how she opened the evidence. First of all, double gloving. Bring your own gloves in your preferred size. Double glove and mask in case she didn't have safety glasses. She gets 1 point docked for that. I would have wanted a full face shield, and this was just to open the pants that the defendant was wearing when he was called in to be photographed. Okay, this is not like we caught him at the crime scene and here's the clothes that the defendant, the attacker was wearing. This is just the pants he was wearing when he showed up at the police station. Yes, he probably would have changed had he be, if he's the one who actually did this. But I love the precautions they took, and it's just one more reason, one more little tool to show that the state did this well. This was a thorough investigation, and they followed procedures. His terrible reactions. I'm tempted to start making a compilation video of his faces, like the faces of Tullis, because he's got some crazy ones. I also was thinking, I think we've got a video that was shown from the Review Journal when they did that video story, when he did the interview and they did the story about his office. There's a picture where we get a profile, and I think we also have a profile picture of the attacker. And I might try to overlay those images just to see if like the side profile view of his face sort of matches the contours that we had before. That would be interesting to see. All right. Defense is doing their best here. Sounds like a job for Phil. It does. Phil, let's get this done, man. Help me out, man, so I don't have to do any work. Let's see. I will say this about the injuries to the victim. First of all, this was a brutal attack. We know there was not a robbery occurred. His garage was left open. His house, I believe, was not burglarized. His wallet was not taken. His keys were not taken. This was just an attack, and then he was left. And the viciousness of the attack, the fact that there were at least 13 either stabs or cuts. I think it was 6 stabs, 7 cuts on the body. This seems personal. This seems like there's malice. There's something personal between these two. Let's see. They should send the entire Massachusetts State Police Department to Las Vegas for remedial training. Unfortunately, we've heard that what was it in the out of Arizona, the border shooting case with Mr. Kelly, George Kelly. The professionals, the investigators in that one had a week-long course in Las Vegas. That's how they got trained. 1 week in Vegas. Up close with a knife, very personal. We're going to hear this more from the defense when the defense takes the stand or has their case in chief. But we're seeing the groundwork being laid already for their theory of it couldn't be Mr. Tellis because, and what we're seeing is because there was no blood in the car. There was no blood found. The car was clean. The seats were clean. The steering wheel was clean. All the places you can check in the car where there would have been blood had he just committed a vicious knife attack, there wasn't blood. But depending on how this went down, and we don't know the order of these attacks. Okay, we don't know which cut happened first. He could have literally been attacked in an area where the shirt covers, and the shirt will prevent the blood from squirting out. I know that sounds gross, but it will stop the projectile bleeding. And then the other attacks could have literally happened with him being on the back, both the cut to the neck. There was only like one attack on the chest that would have been really bad. If that was the first one and the neck was cut, and then with him face down, he was stabbed on the back repeatedly over and over. There's not a lot of blood that would have gotten on the attacker. Anyway, let's see. Did they say there were scratches or anything on the defendant? Just a couple. He's going to have a bruise on his shoulder. I wonder if the prosecution will allege that happened when he basically took the defendant down or sort of tackled him while stabbing him. Because it was just a brutal attack and immediately surprised him, and then they went down right away. That's all we can see on the video. Okay. It's my Friday. Monday I fly to Vegas. Let me see. Let me put chat here so I don't get a kink in my neck. But there was blood under the victim's nails. A special K. We're going to hear eventually. We're laying the chain of custody on this. We've got the chain of custody for the body, the bagged hands, the medical examiner. Now we've got the crime scene tech that took the nail clippings. We're going to follow that chain of custody along, and eventually we're going to get to the lab technician who did the testing, the DNA testing on those nail clippings, and that's when we're going to hear that there's either a possible can't be excluded or there's a match. The terminology they're going to use. The odds greater than 9.7 billion that it was this person or two unrelated people. Yeah, we're going to hear all that from the DNA expert, but it's basically going to say there was a match with Mr. Tellis on the victim's fingernails, which could be defensive, which could be, you've got a cut on his finger that looks like age-wise it could have happened in the last 2 days. So. Where is RA? This is new. I'm at an Airbnb. We are on vacation. I'm right here. Right here. We are on vacation, and so I'm set up in the master bedroom of the Airbnb because we chose this place because it does have high-speed fiber internet, which is what I need to stream reliably. Is there a personal professional connection between these two? Big Sky DMC, the connection we have, and this is basically, this goes to the motive is what you're talking about, right? The victim in this case he worked for the Review Journal, which is a newspaper out of Las Vegas. He's like a 40-year veteran, investigative journalist. So he digs up dirt. If something's going wrong, he digs and digs and breaks the story. Well, he did like 4 stories on the office environment, the employment atmosphere that this defendant Mr. Tellis, Robert Tellis, who was a public administrator in Las Vegas. In his office, there were complaints. People said he got voted in, and things went downhill fast. And so, some of the employees, they reached out to the newspaper. The guy comes in and starts doing a story, does interviews, runs 4 stories on him, and they're terrible. They're terrible. And it's bad enough that Mr. Tellis felt, and I think we see this through text messages, he felt that it's the fault of these reporters and this reporter and these stories that he did not get elected, that he lost his primary challenge, which means that the position he's in is a political position, right? Which means within a party, the party gets to choose which candidate they present for the main ballot. So in that primary, where it's just against you and other people in your party for the same position, he lost. He lost the first round, and he was not happy about it. So that's what. And this reporter was doing a 5th story. He had done 4 already. There was another one in the works about this same thing. Even though the election was over, Robert Tellis had lost his job because he had been voted out. There was another story that was going to continue this. I think they went to Discovery Gateway yesterday, Selena. We might go to Living Planet. I'm not sure. So courtroom reporters should be careful reporting on Tellis now. Well, he's in custody now. So hopefully there's no threat. I want to know why he got out of his car and went to the side of the house. Why didn't he just go through his garage door? I don't know the layout of the house. I mean, it could be a million different reasons. It's possible that it's attached but not connected garage. There are a few ideas. I'm not sure why. What if the attacker had this planned and hid the clothes and hid clean clothes and shoes? That's all a possibility. We don't know what was in the bag. Could have been tools to take off and replace the license plate. Could have been a lot of things. I have to do a big shout out once again to Kim R. Thank you very much for the massive super chat. Kim, thank you. A huge supporter of the channel. Thanks for bringing us on your vacation. Do something fun with the family. Make sure that includes some ice cream for me. I'm gonna give the kids your ice cream. Is that all right, Kim? They love the ice cream. I hope the hat was swabbed for DNA. Reporter called him before each story to get his side, but he never responded. Eventually, he did an interview. I think there's actually a still image or a picture of him standing with the victim at one point. Las Vegas Review-Journal is the newspaper that he was working for. Okay, I'm gonna run and check on Mrs. R.A. because we've got some scheduling things I have to figure out before we go too far. I'm gonna leave you looking at the wall right here. So give me just a second. I'm gonna be right back. And let's see, we've got a couple of minutes, so I'm gonna play some music. I'm back. Might have just eaten a truffle too. All right. Those Utah truffles are delicious. Truffle like a mushroom. I don't know. I don't care what it is. It tastes really good. Babs Austin, thank you very much. Let me make sure. Thank you, Babs. It came through. I appreciate that. Do they have Deer Park water in Utah? No. No, I'm drinking Pure Life. He should know as a lawyer, it isn't usually wise to testify, but ego might get him. I think you're right. I mean, I don't think it's wise even to take this to a jury. There is a saltwater taffy company out here in Utah. I've toured the company before. Actually, there's a candy, there's like a jelly bean factory out here that I've toured. I say toured because they give you samples at the end. They're delicious. But watching them make jelly beans, it's a pretty in-depth process. You sent money to the burner phone? I can't wait to see this. Hang on. I got it. Got it, Adam. Thank you very much. You are 100% correct. Yes, the Sweets Candy Company. I think that's the one. All right. Let's So we're waiting for court to come back. Give it just a minute. Truffle ketchup. Oh, Stephanie, I'm not sure if I could go there. Is it good? What's the tell us recap? Kaylee, here we are. We're early in the case. This is day 2 of the trial. So we've already had the ME testify, which was really cool. Other than that, we've had just a little bit of crime scene and investigators. Mostly the testimony that's taken the most time have been the people who have testified about canvassing the area around the victim's home and the defendant's home and routes along where they know that they observed they went. And we have tons of video evidence that put these two together if we believe that was actually the defendant who was the attacker. So we have a video of the defendant, the attacker, who the state says is the defendant, walking to the crime scene, committing the crime. You know, obviously it's in very poor resolution, happening in the far corner of a security camera screen, and then leaving, coming back to the scene, going back, getting back in the car, leaving. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. You want to pull for this? Sienna's grandma, Baca. I'll do that. Just 1 second.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call their next witness.
Thank you. The state's going to call Zach Schilling, please.
I'm sorry, Zach.
Zach Schilling.
Zach Schilling. Watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Zachary Schilling, Zackary, Schilling, Schilling. May I proceed? Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
I do.
When did you first meet Mr. Tellis?
2020.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Tellis here in the courtroom?
I do.
Why don't you point out where he's sitting, maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there, bald head.
Okay. Let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
You said the quiet part out loud.
In what context do you meet the defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate agent, and I started working with Robert shortly after I believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay. So he was the public administrator when you first met him?
Yes.
Do you have a business partner?
Yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name, Bob McMasters.
Okay. Did you have another partner that you worked with?
Oh yeah, Kristen Riffle. That's my real partner. Yeah.
Okay. So that was
well, I guess when you asked me that's how I met Bob, through Bob.
Okay. But the one that you work with, even still today, is Kristen. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you would help sell homes through the public administrator. Is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will. and then there's a home left behind. Is that kind of how
That's
you get
correct,
involved?
and there's typically there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay. So if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Would you see him in person?
Yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Tellis.
Well, typically we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of, this is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house. Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement would be signed either in person or through DocuSign.
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Tellis, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta, meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a walkthrough...
But if I may,
sure.
If there was another somebody in the same position as Roberta, would be whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Understood. But when you say walkthrough, you're literally walking through with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct.
So you get to see him literally walk?
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
We could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes he could be in and out of there in 10, 15 minutes.
All right. On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Tellis?
Well, I would say that on average from 20 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Tellis probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
And the heat of being what?
Heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned 2020 to 2022, is that right?
Yes.
So about 3 years, roughly, or a little over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. At some point in I want to turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff Gehrman, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the suspected person that had done that.
Okay, so bottom line is, at first you see through the news it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally,
yes.
It's a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released what?
The police released photos of who they suspected perhaps might be the person responsible for.
He's drumming on the desk.
Do you remember kind of generally like what the outfit was? What do you remember?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest. I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
The Nikes like you find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Okay. So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see those images first released of the suspect walking around, does that catch your attention?
Yes.
Why?
It does. With the way that just in the photos itself, and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Tellis were really, really close.
Is it just photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk? In the videos released by the police, did you see the videos too?
Yes.
So you see this suspect walking. What are you thinking at that point?
That was on a Friday.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay, and who's the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Tellis.
Okay, was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention? When you looked at the videos of that person,
the gait and Mr. Tellis would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay, so
maybe I'm a little bit fashionista, but like the Nikes that you would find like at Marshalls or Ross, where they replaced the leather with like a plastic almost, and the hard plastic. It just they're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
So when you saw the video, the guys you described in the sombrero and the construction and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Tellis wore.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And the gait.
Yeah, and the way that he walked, the way that he carried, the way that it was carried.
So do you, when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner Christy, I'm like, holy crap! Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Tellis. But to jump to a conclusion like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this: did you kind of follow or know about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Tellis?
Oh yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment.
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay, so on that Friday, you see that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone and call the police at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I want to flash forward a few days later. Do you see something else in the media that catches your attention?
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, they believed was responsible for Mr. Gehrman's deaths. Car.
Okay, car. What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Tellis's car, maroon, Tahoe, Denali, whatever, older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Tellis drive this maroon?
Absolutely.
When? Where?
Well, Robert Tellis and I live close to each other. So.
In what part of town?
I live in Summerlin Center, and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay. So, I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were going to say.
Well, in fact, is there was one instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store on Sahara and Fort Apache.
Okay.
And we were in the store together. We walked out kind of together. He loaded his water into the back of a maroon Denali Tahoe, whatever it is, maroon with silver rims.
Okay.
Which is when the pictures came up from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was like, and there's like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap! I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts that was Rob Tellis's car.
Okay, so you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection, hearsay.
It's sustained. I mean, I can approach her. We can approach.
They're going to approach. Let's see. I don't think they're playing this, but. Pause that. Trial Tranquil, thank you very much. 7 months with the best. Woohoo! 23.18 here in Scotland.
You shared your thoughts with Kristen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have a conversation with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
I called Crime Stoppers. The phone did not. It wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested. Phone number, I believe it was on the news, and so it would turn into a counterintelligence, whatever terrorist thing, and they were covering those phone calls after the photos were released. And I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes. And they said, please stay by your phone. The detectives are going to want to talk to you. I didn't hear from the detectives, but the following morning, that's when Robert Tellis's house was raided, and he was brought into custody.
Okay. And then a few weeks later, let's say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes, it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it first, because I thought it was through the whole weekend that it was like, no, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday you saw this on TV, and that's when you...
The photos of the suspected, yes.
I see. You'd had a business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you guys had a break, fair to say?
A break?
Yeah, the business relationship ended.
No.
I see. So you were still in business with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct. We just did, a couple weeks before, just had finished revamping a house for him. Independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMasters.
And is it your testimony then that there had been not an issue concerning the percentages that were being charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, there at one point, long before this, probably a year and a half before, Robert and I had a disagreement about the commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zello that it was higher. But that's not really relevant to what...
Well, I'd submit it is. I mean, so he was trying to preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
Well, in that particular case that you're bringing up,
yes.
He actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMasters revamping that house. And my comps I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and said, you need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
To make up for his mistake.
Yes, but after that fact, there was still, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money, I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
I'm the good guy here.
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of offhand. I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV. You just know it's Robert Tellis, correct? That's your testimony.
Sustained argumentative.
You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
What date did you call Crime Stoppers?
On the Monday.
What's the date? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
You were interviewed on the 28th of September, correct?
That's correct.
Or in this case, it's the 26th of August.
I'm sorry, it's the 26th. The 26th, correct?
Okay, so that was the state knowing the witness was giving false testimony
Yes.
and correcting it in court.
And during this interview, you talk about a friend of yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes.
And you were friends, correct?
I grew up with him.
And then you decide that you want to give testimony that hurts Mr. Tellis, correct? You want to talk to the police and say that you... I think it's fair.
You can answer.
You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give a statement that could be easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's a fact.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see something. I think that's Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It was my...
It's argumentative.
You can answer. Go ahead.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
I see. But you had some issues with him concerning your percentage and us being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis. Fair enough?
Sometimes the truth hurts.
That's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just real briefly.
That's not a mic drop that the defense thinks it is.
The whole disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Gehrman is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you have...
If not, yeah.
Just give me a second. Okay, so it's about a year and a half later. After that house issue, whatever house that was, do you continue to do business with the public administrator's office?
Yes.
And just to be clear, do that office, have to send the business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach out?
No, they don't have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
yes.
Correct? Okay. Who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation? Does
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public administrator's office after the Zillow disagreement?
Yes.
For how much longer leading up to Mr. Gehrman's death?
A year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public administrator during that 1.5 year period?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Yes, thank you. After this disagreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes, Bob and
just one home.
Your partner dropped you as a partner, correct, Bob?
That's
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
That's actually not correct. Bob McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest, and when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there, and that's why we separated.
Fair
and
to
after
say
that, and after that fact, I'm going to go ahead and add for you and help you.
Oh, please do.
After that fact, I went ahead and put together my own team.
Okay.
And we started doing revamps then.
Okay, and after you putting together your own team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct?
This
sale.
This trial is going to be so
A
spicy.
year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately, you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to the Mr. Tellis's office.
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Gehrman passed away.
I see.
That's
your recollection.
That's when the assignment of homes stopped.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for this witness?
We stopped getting business after the source of the business was arrested. This is going to be so good. Defense has to interject this drama into the testimony to try to get the jury to see it their way.
Just a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
We have a question from a juror.
Juror questions. Yes. Juror questions. Love it. Please open the floodgates of juror questions.
Can the attorneys approach?
I was hoping they were going to say something, but they keep muting the mic on that side as well. Love jury questions, though. We now join RA, sidebar commentary. We don't even get to see them talking. We get nothing. So they're reviewing the question. They're going to see if the judge gets to ask it.
We have a note from a juror. It's been marked as Court's Exhibit Number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
only permitted to ask the question as it is written.
Yes, that's the juror.
Does the state have any further?
Sure. So, yeah, I'll do a follow-up. So, sir,
Judge is fidgety today.
do you talk? You mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
That the conversations you had with the SWAT officer, was that before you called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay. And I know there was the question posed, a friend. Did you have a conversation with Kristen before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before. Okay. All the way through the whole weekend.
Okay, so your conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mm-hmm.
You call Crime Stoppers,
Mm-hmm.
and then at the end of the month, at the end of September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in between, is that a yes?
Yes, that is. I'm sorry.
And somewhere in between, I don't know, the week after Mr. Derriman passes away in September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen conversation, Crime Stoppers, somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving us just an interview about your observations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, but and obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
And you had to think about that for a minute, but you reviewed that transcript of your interview before
Yeah.
testifying today, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll agree with me that this idea that you spoke to your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, nothing to say on that.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down, and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here.
Oh, wow.
And the state may call their next witness.
Kristen Ripple.
Okay, think about that for 2 seconds. Kristen Ripple. Kristen is this a coworker? I think the lady in red is possibly a reporter. That's why she has the phone out. I'd love to find out if you know who she is. I'd love to follow on Twitter to get the updates from the courtroom from her as well. That would be great. Vanessa Murphy with CBS 8. Thank you very much, Gail and May. Appreciate that. This next witness is in a brown shirt and black pants.
Up to the witness stand.
Also brought a
Remain
bag.
standing. Raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name's Kristen Riffle, KRISTEN RIFFLE.
And Ms. Riffle, what kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay.
Let's start with the dirt,
in your
shall we?
work over the years in real
Spill the tea.
estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a blue suit right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant? How
Welcome,
was it
JCS
that you
Monroe.
came to meet Mr.
Thank you.
Tellis?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay. And so it's in the context of Mr. Tellis was working as the public administrator, and you and Zach were doing work on homes?
Correct.
To later be resold? Correct. Do you recall about what year that was?
2020.
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes. I mean, I'm guessing, and I don't like to guess in court because I.
Well, would it be over 20?
Yes.
Do you think it would be over 30?
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
So several. At
Several.
least.
Quite a few, yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. Tellis out at those homes?
Yes.
And in those instances, what was the purpose of Mr. Tellis coming out there?
So yeah, he was very proactive, and we would meet at the home to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors. And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value, and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period, did you become aware that journalist Jeff Gehrman had been murdered?
Yes, I had.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were, if they were still photos or videos? Videos?
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
Yes. Me and Zach, because we had followed all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, it raised an eyebrow, but it was nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on because, that's
not wanting to believe it.
Yeah, well, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that.
Sure.
And not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, that's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store.
No hearsay? Objection.
And I was like, okay. So that's when, he said, what should I do? What do we do? And I was like, well, if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that, do you recall being interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's see if they go for the dirt first.
Mm-hmm. So Jeff Gehrman dies, and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about Mr. Tellis in jest? Because that was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Yes. She's like, yeah. Yeah, we did.
And then sometime later,
don't give us the bird, dude.
There's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved? Is that when this came to you?
It was a consideration when we saw the video.
Okay.
And then
the video of what?
Of him walking.
I see.
The height, the shoes.
The shoes now. Okay.
Yes.
But you had testified concerning this realization came to you when you saw the vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment when we said, okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the video
picture.
of him walking was not confirmation?
No,
enough?
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his face, then I could confirm that it was him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I mean, I haven't really been paying that much attention to it recently, but we followed the case when it was happening, yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it recently, if I'm being honest.
Well, please.
Yeah.
You received a subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Correct.
And you received that subpoena when?
A week ago? Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't. It was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
And you just haven't really been paying attention
I've
with
been
this?
very busy, if we're being honest.
Oh, we're being please, yes.
Which is a good thing.
You know that the trial of Mr. Tellers was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
I see. And you didn't know when you got the subpoena that it was coming
Well, I
up?
mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even going to have to show up, to be honest with you. So I didn't think my testimony was going to be that important to it. So I was not taking it super seriously.
In reference to these walkthroughs of these homes, Mr. Tellis was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say?
Mr. Tellis wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You agree with me, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times. And he was always lovely with me.
He was always lovely with you.
Yeah.
He didn't have that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price.
Correct.
But that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Tellis as an asshole,
so good.
correct?
Whoa.
No. Who said he's called him an asshole?
Just to be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr. Tellis, concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Tellis's involvement, correct?
We were assuming.
She said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out? Can you imagine if that was him and then we're watching the video and yeah. So
these stories that came out, they came out before
the murder.
Video, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta.
This is so good.
We're very much in it because we worked with them. And yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You should have said no questions early on. I think he lost that one defense.
Ms. Ripple, you said it was the sort of the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Gait.
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was this. And by size, do you mean like kind of build? Height and build, yes. Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole body. Right. And then the way the person was walking? Right. Okay.
You are leading, says the judge.
Was there an article of clothing that you were that drew your attention to? Because Zach is so he has a tendency to notice everything. Like he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes. No, but he's brought up the shoes to me. Hold on one sec. Let the judge decide. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. Okay. So my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on? The shoes. Okay. Thank you.
I have no questions.
Questions from the jury? I think we got a jury question. The only thing that counts against this witness a little bit, my points for her, if I'm going to give her a grade on her testimony, is that she uses the phrase to be honest 3 times, or if we're being honest, or some variation of that. it just presents the idea is why would we not be being honest as we're sitting here under oath in court? Think that this is the time that we should be honest.
And marked as Court's Exhibit number 9. Did she realize it was Tellus's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellus's vehicle?
Zach told me it was his vehicle.
Okay. Any follow-up from the state? Mr. Draskovich?
No, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are
Thank you.
excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
The state may call their next witness.
That was a great witness.
Detective Edgar May.
Hopefully we get more jury questions. That was a good witness. She was just straightforward. She's like, you were joking about my client? Yeah, we were. That was good. I like that. She was very real, Amanda. 100%. Who called him an a-hole? Oh, I loved it. Never ask a question to a witness you don't know the answer.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
I'm closing
My
up.
first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nahum, spelled Nahum, as in Mary.
53% say he's going to take the stand.
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right. And what is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately 1.5 years now.
Okay. And before that, what unit were you part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding the killing of Jeff Gehrman. Were you part of a squad that was investigating that unit, or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY, or a temporary assignment, more of a ride-along with the homicide section, so I was allowed to go to homicide investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something to do with the timing of when you were joining homicide? Is that why you were doing that ride-along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective, and so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellus?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how, like, a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was a senior, tenured squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told, like, okay, we're ready to go, and then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, for me, being the fact that I was a ride-along, I was paired with a senior detective who was currently already in homicide, and I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Okay. And before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for when you go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case?
Yes, correct. Usually we'll be briefed as to like what the items are that we are seeking, or the items sought, as they're called, as part of the evidence of the search warrant.
Okay. Had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there were some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we like want to look for them, or we're specifically seeking them.
Okay. So you're going to this house. Did you partner up with anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as, well, it looks like states 217, 18, 19, let's see. I think this is 217 through 235. Not all of them have been admitted, but is there any objection to their admission? That's right. He's just looking for the rest. No objection? No objection. All right.
So 218 through 235 are being offered at this point?
That's correct.
And there's no objection, they're admitted?
May I approach?
You may.
All right. Sir, I want you to take a look at 217 through states 235. Just take a minute, flip through those, and let me know when if you recognize what you're looking at there.
I think Ivy asked a question about why defendants are identified by an item of clothing they're wearing instead of like a facial feature. I think anything that identifies them or separates them from somebody else would be easy to use. But most people have 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 nose, 1 mouth, hair, eyebrows. It's easier to use a distinguishing difference. I think that's all that matters, is that they're identified that way. It's just tradition that we use clothing. And this guy's poring over the pictures. Swipe left, swipe left, swipe left. This is funny. Yeah, he was a ride-along, Susan. He was a ride-along, basically. He was TDY, temporary duty, reassignment to the homicide. He was in gang.
I do, sir.
And he found the key evidence.
Those are still photographs of of Mr. Tea's residence.
On the day that you performed the search?
Correct, yes.
All right. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant? Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime tape or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? Geographically where the scene is. Okay. If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to, manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
okay.
It just depends is the answer.
Okay, so in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Tellis' house with the crime scene?
If my memory serves correctly, Patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay, so do you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Tellis' residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide. Usually, at least in my experience, it was the units affecting the search warrant.
If any Metro officer was interested in just kind of walking in and seeing what's going on, are they allowed to do that?
We would highly discourage it because of what we're out actually doing, right?
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there, as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. Not anybody that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall Detective Derek Jappy participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Detective Derek Jappy's name. I've never met him before, nor have I ever seen him.
Okay. So you're not exactly sure. Okay. Do you remember seeing kind of a tall redhead waltzing through?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and this may seem like a silly question, but do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
Well, at that point, we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're effecting a search warrant, it's evidence that could be located in there. So to preserve any potential evidence that would be inside of the residence, we don't allow members of the public into where we are searching.
So how about real estate agents? Do you let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Do you let anyone from Compass Realty come in during your search of Mr. Tellis' house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement, to my knowledge, was allowed into the residence.
Okay. Publishing 217. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Tez's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Publishing 219. What are we looking at?
This is the residence's front door.
Ring camera.
Publishing 220. What do we see here?
This would be like a view towards what I guess would be the west, facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, equipment. As well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
Is that a shake weight?
One other question before we kind of finish with the photos. Was Mr. Tellis' wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of comfort, not wanting to leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking towards the kitchen?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
All right. Publishing 221. What vantage point are we looking at here?
So this would be just as if though you flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered the residence, I guess it would be walking north, and then all the way at the right corner, which would be like the northeast living room, is the way that I would describe it. They had an L-shaped couch.
All right. Publishing 222. What perspective are we looking at now?
Same perspective as before, just maybe a little bit further to the north and looking towards the east.
Was this the room that you were assigned to?
Yes, it was.
Who was helping you search this particular room?
Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
I want to ask you about that couch. Does that couch have any sort of special features, or is it just a normal sitting couch?
The far corner next to where the dog kennel is, which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
Okay. So when you're performing, if you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you
This is the defendant's house.
Extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Thank you so much.
I did.
Publishing Exhibit 223. What do we see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up material, and then to the right of that was a shoe.
Did the shoe catch your attention?
It did, yes.
Why?
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video and in the still photos that we had of the suspect.
I'm going to zoom in, and if you look, detective, to your right,
that's good.
There is a mouse.
Where's a
and
mouse?
You use that mouse and identify where you see the shoe.
So the shoe would be right here. And then what initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut-up shoe.
Detective, were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out, you wouldn't have been able to see those items.
Publishing 221. Is this more of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it is.
Let me. Do you see the shoe?
I do, yes.
Why don't you circle it and identify it for us? Okay, let the record reflect the witness has circled a gray Nike to the left of the picture. Let's slide it to.
He scribbled all over it.
The middle here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue-lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
It would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim, also to the right of the Ziploc bag. Publishing 226. Is this just another close-up view of this shoe?
I don't want to get it
Was this
closer.
shoe intact? Like, was it cut up, or was this shoe kind of intact?
That shoe was, at least from when I saw it from the back and then from the front, without approaching it too much, it looked to be a whole shoe, as opposed to the other one, which was obviously.
I think the dog sheds a lot.
Okay, publishing 227. Is that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Yes.
Publishing 228. Is this another side profile of that shoe?
Yes.
Can you pull photos over here? They over there.
Oh, the balancing?
Yeah. It's going to be in the 300s. Published Exhibit 311. So this, before we get to 311, so this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 311. Is this a still from some of the video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Oops. Oh, there's the lag. And that's what caught your attention?
Yes.
Putting 228 and 311
You have to zoom out
essentially
just
side by side. This caught your attention?
Yes, it did.
Preliminary. Okay. I want to publish 229. What are we looking at here?
Dog
This
must
is a
have chewed
close-up
the
photo
shoe.
of the
Clearly.
partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc
Straight
bag.
lines.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Correct.
We're working on the podcast. We're going to be starting the
Publishing
podcast
230.
after this ends.
Is this another profile of that cut-up shoe?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 231, is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Publishing 232, is this just another top view or dorsal view of the shoe?
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means, so
That's it.
you
Means
educated me,
top.
sir.
Means top. Publishing 235.
Dorsal means top.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo
Confetti.
of the Ziploc bag that I located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of fabric.
Okay. Publishing 233, are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
Publishing 234. What are we looking at here?
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and fabric that were located inside of the Ziploc bag.
When you identified the bag, the cut-up shoe, the intact shoe, what do you do at that point? When you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section. So usually the way that it works is once you find an item of evidentiary value, there's a lot more detectives usually than there are crime scene analysts. So we'll call out to the person who is documenting the evidence of the crime scene, right? Which in this case was crime scene analyst Smithson. So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was, and then proceeded to document it as shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves, also just for sanitary purposes, because a lot of times where we're searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be potentially dangerous, but also in instances where we're searching for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So you're wearing facial coverings, gloves. So you see this, you alert CSA Smithson, and then what does she do at that point as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep. And then she pulled them out and proceeded to document.
Okay, so then they're documented, and then I take it, are they bagged up at that point?
Well, she collects all the evidence as part of their procedure. She usually, after she's done with her photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable.
As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smithson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that evidence?
No.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, they're going to have... This is going to be aggressive.
It's Detective Nahum.
Nahum? I know it's a point of contention in this trial, sir. There's a lot of pronunciations of it. Nahum is the correct way.
Nahum?
Correct.
Just want to make sure I have the spelling right.
I appreciate that.
You and I have never spoken.
Correct.
Haven't contacted you concerning any reports that you may have generated in reference to this case?
You have not, sir, no.
There is an officer's report that was generated in reference to this homicide investigation, correct?
I would assume so. Being that it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. It's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
These reports are important.
Absolutely.
They're generally made in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by the courts, by the state prosecutors, defense in these cases. Fair to say?
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your involvement in this case?
I have not, sir. No.
If I told you that this report basically is a summation of the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No. Without knowing any of the contents, of course, but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports, is just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you, and the state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. This report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Tellis's home, the search of Mr. Tellis's home on September 7th, 2022. Okay, it happened in the morning, correct?
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken a stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning?
I wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of a search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day of the 7th, correct?
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
Now, in this report, it lays out the persons at the scene of the search of Mr. Tellis's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that were present, and I wanted to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your name does not appear in this report.
Mm-hmm.
Magic.
Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis shoe that we've seen photographs of, or the pieces, the bags, things like that.
It's because he was the ride-along.
Do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you it's not there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there's approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in those 1,050 pages. And I'm telling you, would you have any reason to disagree, or would you know that I'm telling you the truth?
I have no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
And great, your name's not here, but you're giving us testimony today that you found these cut-up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room of the Tellis home, correct?
I did, yes.
What time do you say that you arrived at the Tellis home?
I couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves. What I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay, and you don't recall when you left, fair to say?
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
You didn't write any reports or generate any reports concerning what you say that you found in the Tellis home, fair to say?
That's correct. I did not generate any reports.
And you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th?
Previous days?
Yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tejas residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I don't know why he wasn't on the log. He should have gotten credit. Even if it was first day on the job, he should have gotten credit for finding it. Zachary, thank you so much for your gift once again.
You were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gass's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions like that?
I do, yes.
Okay. What's your first name?
Edgar.
Okay, so that begins with an E?
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Nahum.
Okay, how do you spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, A-H-U-M as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay. On direct examination, I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
You did ask, and I believe that I answered. I did it with Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. Referring to pages 40 and 41, counsel, you were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning. Is that correct?
sometime between the morning and into the afternoon. We were there for several hours.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the time, if you had a chance to review Detective Gaddis's officer's report, specifically the area about executing the warrant at that location?
I've never seen Detective Gaddis's police report.
Would it help refresh your memory as to time you had a chance to take a glance at it?
Absolutely.
Referring to page 40 and 41, counsel. I'd like you to take a look at this paragraph right here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory as to time.
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look, and there's a list of persons present. I want you to look at number 8, for the record, number 8, counsel. Take a look here, read it silently to yourself. Okay? And I want to turn to page 41, first paragraph, counsel. Take a look at this paragraph here, and just review that, and let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay? If you read this paragraph right here.
This is funny because I think he's having him refresh his recollection for purposes other than just the time.
Now you've had a chance to
probably has a
refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis. There was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay. Where is it listed?
As part of the persons present during the search of the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Tejas' home.
Okay. So when they list the officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What is the name? What is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled Nahun at the end as opposed to
instead
N.
of N. I have that issue with Hamner. It gets people messed up all the time. But anyways, is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Okay.
He's in
and
there.
then in the officer's report, who is denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No. Tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. So he's retired and you're active, correct?
That's correct.
But you participated in this search?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you were with him, and the two of you worked as a team to locate that shoe?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, so your name was misspelled in the report on the one page.
My last name seems to keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that had initially found the shoe underneath the couch.
We were both searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. My attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag, and then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one second.
We can't get into it. Obviously, you were present.
That's correct, sir.
Testimony. Were you wearing body cam, or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Shugal, welcome to the gallery.
Just real briefly, as to the question I memorialized through body cam. There's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as the scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut-up shoes and the baggy shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports as well.
Yes, they do.
I know you haven't read it, but isn't there a responsibility to memorialize the things that are ultimately located and impounded?
Yes, that's another part of the process for us is that they generate their reports, and then obviously as supporting people in our investigations, our reports are very, I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same information is located on both of them.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
There's no questions. Thank you.
Looks like we have some questions from jurors.
Juror questions coming in, multiple. Jury figured out how this process works, and it's just getting better and better. The jury oftentimes asks questions that we ourselves might have. as a lawyer, they're looking at this. They're checking boxes and looking at things, and the jury might have questions that the lawyer just wouldn't think of. So I love this. The counsel is going to approach. We have it silent where they confer up at the bench. They're going to go over the questions. If the jury asks a question that the court would not allow a lawyer to ask, one side could or both could object, and the question will not be asked. Sometimes we see the question change. It seems like this judge is following the "I'm only allowed to read it exactly as written" rule, which may be a Nevada, policy or instruction. But so far, we've heard them word for word without any clarification.
Okay, 2 questions from the jurors.
2 questions.
Court's exhibit number 10. Do you recall who was the one that reclined the chair to check underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
My memory serves correctly, it was me.
Court's exhibit number 11. While the team was searching the home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
And we marked this court's exhibit number 11. Is there any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused with your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state may call our next witness.
Detective Milligan.
Detective Milligan is the next one up. It looked like a power recliner. It looked like it had a motor on it. So it was a motorized recliner. Fancy, expensive couch. Tillis leans over to his lawyer and says, "So we are going to win some points at some point, right?"
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is James Milligan. That's James. Milligan is Milligan.
You may proceed. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Metro in total?
Just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective on September the 7th of 2022?
I was.
And were you part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 9624 Spanish Steps?
That's correct.
Do you recall if other homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
Prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly who it was during this particular incident.
Do you get some sort of briefing that helps you know what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, and that was done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. When you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
How does that take place?
The crime scene analyst will go into the residence and take overall photographs prior to any searching taking place.
Okay, so we know how it looks initially, and then then the search proceeds?
Yes.
Amongst the detectives, how do you decide who's going to search where?
We look at the layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be or maybe not, and then how many people do we have to actually help do the searching, and then we divvy up assignments from there.
Okay. And do you know a Detective Nahum?
I do.
He's the gentleman that just left the courtroom?
Yes.
Do you recall him working on the search warrant with Detective Gilbert?
Yes.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, excuse me, designated as the scribe for the service of the search warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will complete the search warrant return, which is essentially a handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst?
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well?
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
What happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And there were family members of Mr. Tellis at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on?
Correct.
Now, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything external onto potential evidence?
Yes, normally latex gloves are worn.
Okay. Now, with regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay. So you're kind of going in many areas. Is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. This is State's Proposed 236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Sure.
Every time they flip through, they move them off to the left, which is the equivalent of swiping left. I'm trying to think of the last point, like court point, that the defense team scored in this trial, and I cannot think of one. They're doing, I would say, quite poorly.
Okay.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what are they of?
Those are photographs taken from inside of Mr. Tase's garage.
Okay.
Particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin.
Don't put that on me, Adam.
Which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
And was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead. Oh, sorry. I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now may I publish? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead States 236.
Apparently, Mr.
Is that
Tellis
just
went
an
all
overview
Edward
of the garage
Scissorhands
area?
on evidence.
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is States 237. Can you orient us a little bit? And is that just one side of the garage?
It's a nice cruiser.
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead States 238. Do you recognize that part of the garage?
I do.
And were you ultimately
US
end
Postal
up
Service
finding
box
the bag that you were
being
describing?
used
Are you able
illegally.
to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the
It's
jurors?
a felony right there.
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, States 240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is States 242. Removal of the bag
Yes.
from the tub.
Yes.
States 243. What are we looking at in that photograph?
It looks like the outside of the bag.
and states 244.
The opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
I also see Christmas
I just
lights.
want to put that bag, just for the record, we'll have states 244 in view, and then I'm also going to put on the overhead states 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side, the bag was of significance based on that photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the service of the search warrant, besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel, were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you.
Podcast is slated to go live in 30 minutes. We might be a little late,
Good
depending
afternoon.
on how late this court goes.
So if I understand your testimony, this bag in question, I'll back up a little bit more, was found here in this box, this storage container.
Correct.
And this was in a garage area.
Yes.
And then once this was presumably taken out of this storage container, it had a basketball and a football in it.
Yes, it did.
Was that basketball and football preserved?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it?
I believe it is.
Okay. Then it's opened.
Yes.
Dun, dun, dun.
And then here, this would be, looks like the bag is emptied.
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it? Did you take it?
I'm not sure what's in there.
And then this was asked, you were asked if this was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and is in a storage container, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
He's like, clearly can't be the same bag because there's no basketball
For your testimony
and
here
football.
today, you may step down and you're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
State will call Detective John Hoffman.
My family brought me dinner. It's a maple donut. They're delicious. Banbury Cross maple donut.
And if you'll please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is John Hoffman, John Hoffman.
Have a seat. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of Homicide?
7.5 years.
Prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was a patrol detective at Downtown Area Command.
Okay. Did you work with Detective Justine Gaddis in performing a search warrant on the residence of Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. Was Detective Gaddis a member of your squad? Is that why you were assisting her on that day?
Yes.
All right. If you could, explain a little bit about what is the process to get ready to execute a search warrant on a home. Is there some briefing that you do? Do you start looking at some other evidence that's collected?
I think I have that same suit.
To bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes. They'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of is if we're looking at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to States 311, did you see footage that included this suspect?
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or whoever this person is, to see if it might be located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
All right. When you execute a warrant, are people allowed to freely walk in and out as they please?
No.
Okay. What steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Did you happen to see Derek Jaffe in the home at the time you executed that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Do you know who Detective Jaffe is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make sure, do you wear anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
Okay, so you didn't in this case?
No.
Okay, sometimes do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house to kind of say, we'll handle this section, someone else will handle this section? Did you do something like that?
Yes.
What area of the house were you assigned to?
I searched the kitchen and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with in the kitchen?
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there, but I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, and 253. These are all proposed exhibits. I have another two that have already been admitted. These are the proposed exhibits. Any objections? No. Okay. Opposing counsel has been gracious enough to stipulate to the admission of states proposed 247 through 253.
Does the second chair on defense look like
so I'm going to
sort of
approach
like John Krasinski with straight back hair?
247
you guys seen that resemblance?
As well as states
Don't it so
282 and 285. So let's just start with this batch first. And take a look and see if you recognize what you're looking at there.
Melissa, don't knock it till you've tried it. It's delicious. Vacation calories don't count.
These are pictures of the
no
inside the defendant's garage, and then ultimately the item I found in the garage.
All right. And when you look at states admitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So, you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Publishing 247, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly, where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of I think it's a water softener.
So if you take there's a mouse right there.
Okay.
If you put your cursor, so that's the
That's the red, what is that, a toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox, yes.
So there's something of interest that was there?
Yes.
Okay. And let the record reflect the witness identified or what appears to be some red, a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248, is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where your attention, where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Sorry. Right here.
Those helium canisters as well? Or is that
Let the record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure.
Not sponsored
toolbox,
by Heineken, by the way.
A white plastic bag with something in it. Publishing 249, is this a close-up of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250, is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251, are we getting closer?
Yes.
The suspense is killing me.
Publishing 250.
And even closer.
What are we looking at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she removed the bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253. Is this just another angle of that bag?
Yes.
Publishing 282. What are we looking at here?
That's another photograph of the bag and what's inside of it.
Okay. And publishing 285. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the bag and then the contents that were within that bag.
Why did this catch your attention?
Because the object that was in that bag is similar to what the suspect was wearing in the video surveillance.
Well, let me publish 311 for a second. Let's put them side by side if we could. Is that the hat that caught your attention in terms of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you felt it important to collect this bag, this Sprouts bag with a cut-up sun hat.
Yes.
All right. When you identified this, did you and your partner, what do you do next? So you locate it. Do you call anyone over to kind of help you out to make sure it gets impounded properly?
Yes. Once we identify anything that's of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene analyst over, and then that crime scene analyst will photograph the item in place where it was found.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you see anyone, any foreign parties, anyone manipulate that bag between the time that you brought that CSA over to the time that she impounded it into evidence?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, thank you.
Get ready for some not relevant questions. Welcome, Marilyn. Glad to have you as a member of the gallery. Thank you so much. You can never leave now. You're one of us.
A couple of quick questions. You didn't take these photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
There's a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance?
Yes.
You can skip the getting
we
closer,
have three
getting closer,
photographs
getting
taken
closer.
presumably by the crime scene analyst. This one, correct?
Yes.
And then a little bit closer, correct?
Yes.
And then a little closer still.
Yes.
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the three different pictures?
No.
But the crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
Yes.
Is that correct? You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag? Then?
Yes.
And then put it back?
Yes.
And then asked the crime scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
Yes.
And not one picture, but three
Life without
pictures.
parole.
Yes.
After you'd moved it and put it back?
Yes.
And who are you with when you moved the bag?
Excuse me?
Who were you with? Were you alone when you found this bag?
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
So then you find this bag, you go get the crime scene analyst, and then who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
And then crime scene, almost like she's coming up on it. She takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes.
And then you remove the bag again, correct? And this is a picture of you removing the bag?
No.
Whose hand's that?
That's the crime scene analyst.
Okay. And is that her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
But you've already moved the bag and put it back, so this is just extra,
Staged.
correct?
Yes.
Staged.
There's the word, sorry.
No, I wouldn't say it's staged.
Okay.
It's recreated.
She's holding the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
You left her holding
Versus
the
you,
bag.
who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes.
Again, then we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
Yes.
Same question. I presume it's the same answer, correct?
Yes.
I don't think that's on the same level as like in Arizona
Now,
where they
do you
re-spread out the
remove
shell
these items
casings
from
to
the
show the
bag,
ejection
or
pattern
does
after they collected them.
Crime scene analyst Smithson.
Crime scene analyst did.
I see. So this is taken of her, by her, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the contents of the bag are removed, correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that you'd already summoned her. Was she outside another room when you went and got her?
I believe she was. I don't believe that she was in the garage at that time.
Okay. But you went and got her before you opened the bag.
I never opened the bag.
But you knew that you needed to get her to take these approaching photos of her, correct?
Yes.
Were you present when she took these photos?
No.
Okay. Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
For these photos, no.
So you don't know if this is a complete representation of what was in the bag or not? Fair
No.
to say?
Right.
No?
No.
Was this bag ever processed for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Shout out to Sprouts Farmers Market.
Yeah.
A little free advertisement.
Okay. So you remember I asked questions about picking up the bag or whether you opened the bag. Remember all those questions?
Yes.
So let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic bag to see what was inside?
No, I did not.
Okay. What is it? Publishing 282. What is it about when you look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat, and then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to, yes.
And so to be cautious, you made sure your CSA came over and collected it.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat.
Yes.
Right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
That's what it appears to be.
So your intuition was on the money on that one, eh?
Appears so.
Okay. And it has how many holes does it have at the top of that hat? Well, what are those 3 dots up there?
I believe those are the holes that go at the top of the hat.
Okay. Publishing 311. Holes like that?
Yes.
What's this brown thing here?
That appears to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay, how about at the top of the hat up here? Like up at not below the brim, but maybe at the, I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you break that one down.
No, neither am I.
So forget about the sunshady part.
Mm-hmm.
It's part about the 10-gallon part, right? What's that brown or black thing on the back part?
No, from that photo, I can't tell what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection, meeting.
What color is the thing at the back part of the hat?
It's dark colored.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, were you present when the bag was recovered with the soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
The judge did not just say that was a dumb question. She said, we have a juror question. That's what she said. It sounded like that was a dumb question, but that's not. She might have been thinking that, but she didn't say that. We might have this as a final witness for the day, which would be great because we've got 10 minutes before the podcast is supposed to start, and I'm not ready. We have the placeholder set up, and we'll portal over to the podcast when it starts. But I've got to get a cable, a longer cable somewhere. See how many questions we have. Watch this. I'm not ready either. Good. It's going to be a vacation one. I love the stories, though. Let's see, story number 4 I was about to text you on. Number 1 is hilarious.
We have a question from a juror, been marked as court exhibit number 12. Did the witness have to open the toolbox to locate the Sprouts bag?
No, I did not.
Any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
So it was in plain sight.
It was in plain sight once items were removed that were in front of it.
Also, there are items in front of it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I see.
One follow-up. Plain sight. Is this a neat garage?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay. Is everything readily identifiable?
Look at the shoes on the right-hand side. Look at those shoes.
Okay. No further questions.
There's racks of shoes.
This photograph was taken after the search occurred.
I believe so, yes.
So, Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
This is the mess Metro left at the house.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
I love
you may
this.
step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here.
Tell us
This
something.
time we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to
I'd
discuss
never
or
make it that
communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you.
Just don't do anything,
We'll be recessed
jurors.
till tomorrow morning at 9:30. If juror number 4 would just stay behind for 1 minute, and everyone else is excused. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Juror number 4 staying behind, and then muted the official feed. So we are done. All right. With that said, let me say we are just about. Hang on. Wait, hot mic still. Can't go yet.
You're fine. The record reflect that the jury has left with the exception of juror number 4. I just wanted to make sure you know that I did get your note, and if we're not done, we will work around that.
Okay.
Work around the 22nd and the 27th.
I appreciate that, so if I can respond and let them know the allergy. I appreciate that.
That's perfect. All right. Thank you, and you're excused.
It looks like a scheduling issue for juror number 4. Thanks for letting the judge know. We can work with that. Okay, So I believe we are done for the day, which is great because the podcast is about to start in 6 minutes. Weather Watch, get your break now. No, we're probably going to we'll start at 6:15. Is that all right? Let us delay for 15 minutes for the podcast. I need a chance to set up some other cables so that we can get the camera routed from here to here, which is where the podcast happens through. Different device. We don't use this one for the podcast because it doesn't let Weather Watch connect very easily. That's the whole reason. We go ahead and mute that, mute this, stop that, start this. There we go. There we go. We're just going to wing it. What's the line from, what's the movie? Just screw it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Yes. The podcast is always we just wing it all the time. Anyway. If you have not been to the podcast before, please just hang on. We're gonna be there shortly. The chat is already open. All your friends from here are over there, so please join us. I know it's a little bit late for a few of you. We'd love it if you could stay. If not, watch it on the replay. Leave a thumbs up if you can, and a comment, and invite a friend next time. That'd be great. With that said, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in mere moments with the Not Relevant podcast. Thomas and I, see you in an hour. Thomas, don't do this to me. Don't do this. Looking for a podcast partner. Yeah, it's all good. Guys, it's been a great day. I love these two trials. Tomorrow's going to be a little bit tricky because Tellus starts before... Well, Tellus starts at noon. They both start at noon. So we're going to have to do some polls. We'll probably do a little court hopping in the morning. We'll do a poll and see which one we're going to start with, and then watch the other one on replay working late that night. I'm thinking we probably start with the neighbor trial because that goes in jury selection. Then we can drop that while they're deliberating. We'll then switch to Robert Tellus, catch up on that, and if at any time the jury comes back with a verdict, we'll pause Robert Tellus, bring the verdict, and then we'll be dedicated just to Tellus for the rest of the time. That's just how I feel right now. We can also do a split screen with both audios. It just depends how crazy you want it to be. You guys have a good one. It's been wonderful today. Thank you to our amazing mods. We'll see you at the podcast in just a moment. See you. Bye. Well, that's not the right one.